All right, all right. Hello, 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 everybody. Once again, it is Dungeons and or Dragons time. We are on episode 26. And as such, we're gonna hop right into it because we're kind of waiting for somebody to show up, but I guess they didn't, so maybe something happened. I don't know. All right. So I told Spicy, how hard that boss fight was, and he says, "Bring it on." So next boss fight will be twice as hard, and you can thank Spicy for that. Mm-hmm. Or I'll just completely ignore it. Yep. Mm-hmm. Shove him into the spears first. All right. All right. All right. So let's get this started, shall we? Oop. All right. So we got everybody here.
Here.
All
Let's
right.
go.
We got Zed.
Yep, I'm here.
All right. Who would like to do the recap for an inspiration?
Well, I'll do it if nobody else wants to. I was gonna be polite and wait. Okay, so last week, just in case you missed out, all right, we all started on this side of the cave, except for Raul, who was over here, and he was like doing his thing, kind of like making a long conversation with this Dale character and his skeleton crew and all that stuff. We had Shaw over here, we had Zed right here, and I was kind of on the edge. I had found my family, right? And they're locked up and I'm desperate to get them like freed, right? But I know I don't like what am I gonna do? Pick up a rock and bash it against the locks for 12 different people? That's gonna take forever. And so I was like, I know somebody who I have seen pick locks, right? And I also have somebody that I have a pretty good relationship with. So I ran down here and I'm like, please, 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 and I'm begging him. But then Chaw's like, no, 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 we got something going on over here. And I was like, well, I'm not going over there over my dead body, right? And there was a lot of kind of like back and forth a little bit. And Zed was the tiebreaker in that vote. And I do remember just being specifically like, all right, if they die, this is 100% on you. I'm blaming you because you made this decision to go, which we still don't know if they're dead or not. And then we did like some little sneakery over here. Um, Raul talking to Dale, trying to make a deal. Dale's not going for any of the deals. He's got little skeletons, and then he summons little fiends and demonic things, and he got like this giant dead zombie snake thing down here. And eventually, we were like, "All right, let's just go. Let's just go." And I remember doing like the well, what I did, I don't know. I did some kind of bardic spell for my good friend Shaw to make sure that they're getting temporary hit points on every round. Heroism, that was it. And we kicked a lot of butt. I mean that's most of what the D&D was last week was is just a big fight scene, right? And everybody tried their hardest to help each other. There were healing spells going out. There was flanking tactics going around. I believe the cleric was the one who was kind of sneaking around and had a really good stealth check, even though she was an NPC at the time. So they just used rolls on your sheet, and she kind of like didn't she take down Dale basically like with some really lucky rolls? I think if we scroll up,
A pretty decent roll.
and then that froze the skeleton guard dude who had the sentinel feat, which is where nobody could make opportunity attacks, and he would like get to attack anyway, and then he would cut your movement and make it zero whenever you try to get by. Um, and then at the end of it, I got to loot Dale, and I got some very fancy, cool some stuff, right? And that's where we're at, right?
Yep, there's more stuff on Dale, but that roll was stuff that nobody else. Yeah. the pocketing, as it were.
Yeah, I was real quick to be like, even before we checked his pulse, I was like, I'm getting this.
All right. Give yourself an inspiration. I want to do that.
And here's a note right here: in the midst of looting.
So,
I believe.
among the things that you did find, there was that one particular item.
Mm-hmm.
There is a ring. You're not really sure what it is. It's kind of gold with a sort of like silver filigree. Not really a signet ring, just kind of a. It looks real nice. It looks real nice. And let's see. He also has some like it looks like a rolled up scroll, which I don't know if you're gonna try and take the time to read it or look at it, but it kind of looks like some parchment or a scroll that's been rolled up and like in his pocket. Um, and he also happens to have some kind of vial. What it looks like it kind of has like this cherry red, somewhat viscous fluid inside. It's corked. It's kind of tiny. Probably one good dose in it. Yep, that's about what you find on preliminary.
Mm,
And we will not have Cha tonight because I guess he is out of town.
okay. I wrote down just for now scroll until we like look at this stuff later. Signet ring, scroll, red vial.
Well, not a signet ring. It's just a ring, a fancy ring, but not a signet ring.
Blah. Okay, okay.
Hello,
Those are
silly
two
sponge. How are you?
fancy rings.
Well, thank you for reminding me, Sponge. I have to.
And this would be happening in front of Niavara, right? I'm basically just going through all of Dill's pockets right now and like just turning him sideways and like just anything that he has on his person. He doesn't have like a set of keys or anything.
Nivara is currently just sort of standing over his body, like she doesn't want to say anything, namely that he was revived technically, or more accurately, he's not dead. So she's just sort of manhandling unconscious, stabilized man
Yeah.
around.
Hmm.
Uh, it makes for quite the scene. She's not gonna like tell her not to steal though. That's Max's business, not Nivara's.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, she might actually say to Max, "Hey, check the boots. Take off shoes.
All right, I'm gonna take off Dill's boots,
Shake him out."
shake them. Oh, I'm gonna check for like sometimes you see like in movies where like they'll stomp their heel and a knife comes out of like the toe section or something. I'm gonna look for like compartments too.
Exactly.
All right, give me a
Avar's.
investigation.
I give her aid. Roll of aid for investigation.
Sure.
I think we could just use that 19, right?
Yeah. I mean, you can also re-roll it in case it's higher.
Right.
Yep. All right, and you are checking for shaking like shoes out, or
Yeah, boots specifically. Looking for compartments, shaking everything, just making sure. Even studying the quality of the boots themselves and if they are of value.
So, aside from, maybe a bit of dust and dirt and filth from, this cave of bones, he does have some pretty nice snakeskin boots on. The nice jade coloring. They look pretty new. They're pretty fancy.
I'm gonna add those to my inventory. I'm just gonna put them in my backpack. Like I'm not trying to wear them or anything. I'm just wanna I'll resell these later. And you know what? I'm gonna look up to her since she's being so cool and be like, hey, yeah, and these are for you, doll. And then I'm gonna throw her the scroll. Not
Neovara
hand it, throw it.
catches it, uh, catches it, shoves it into her stuff. Like, one, don't call me doll. Two, listen, he's a fuckhead. It's his comeuppance. He nearly killed how many of us? No comment.
I mean, I've been entirely untouched our whole outing, but
I mean, and she gestures up and down like, I'm unbothered. I just think he's a fuckhead. We were led on a wild goose chase. He was doing who know what's to the town of Dale. If he wakes up naked in a abandoned alleyway, like, so be it. His life choices have led him to this point.
yeah, I mean, why are we keeping him alive? Because he did summon a bunch of zombies and demons and skeletons, and he was looking to do some kind of mischief here, and like, I feel like he'd be
Oh,
better off dead.
I mean, probably, but like also, I regret to say that I may have had a somewhat semi-spiritual experience where I saw a little crying person inside of it, the mindscape. Where he's saying, I didn't want this to happen. I only probably wanted infinite power or some shit like that.
Mm,
Tale as old as time.
true as it can be.
She snorts.
Mhm.
Uh,
And
listen.
by the way, as you guys are having this conversation, the well next to you that was previously like blood red water is slowly returning to a normal, clear state. Continue.
Alex, I'll be able to get answers for like why he did what he did to all those fucking people.
Oh, maybe you should tie him up while
There we
me
go.
and your friends go rescue my friends.
Probably a good idea. But or alternatively, we can strip him down for everything he's worth.
Yeah, like at the mention of that, I'll just start doing it. Pauldrons, shirts, like you know,
Knives,
I don't even want to
everything.
let him have underwear, dude. I want him to be like completely naked.
Fucking medical lockdown equivalent. Take his fucking ponytail out of his hair.
So you do know that when Dale was having a conversation, he was kind of standing over there. Just
Like he
think things are
oh
things are things are fresh in your memory, and I know a couple of you weren't really here. So when you guys started, Dale was over there talking to Raul,
and
and
so
he ended up over here because he was pretty sure he heard something skulking around back here. So he was kind of like searching the walls and whatnot, and that's when out of nowhere Neovar's hand just reached out of the shadows with some, necrotic damage and just downed him instantly. So that's why he's
well
over where he is now. Just saying.
with Max taking care of completely leaving him with nothing. Niavara is going to point this out and say he might if you're looking for keys, maybe he dropped them. And she's going to go over here to investigate the place. Uh, let's look around.
Ooh boy. All right. So it'll take you a little bit of time to search a little more thoroughly, but not nearly as much time as it would take for Max to completely undress this guy and pull his stuff aside and you
I'm
know.
gonna say it looks like I've done this a time or two. Like I'm very just I'm rolling him over in his sleep and like jerking the pants off and like yeah, you guys got take time with it.
Neovar is giving occasional tips like, okay, look on the back of him. There's like a little tie there you've forgotten to untie. That might help get it off his hips. She's clearly done it to people before too.
All right. So let's see what the 22. So where Dale was standing, there was what looks like a pretty luxurious little chair. You know, it's got the nice red padding and you know, it looks extremely comfortable. You know, it's got the gold legs and like the trim on the arms is gold and the padding's like this nice red plush. Like it almost looks like you'd be sitting on like a beanbag practically. But one of the things you observe with your 22 perception is that there's a small ring of keys underneath, but just scooted just behind the chair, between the wall and the where the chair is. So you find the key ring, and you also see as you're over there and actually actively looking at things, unusual symbols just kind of carved into the stone. What they mean? And that's like over here. And if you take a look in the pool of water, because I figure you're just kind of looking around in your general vicinity. The water itself looks clean, it looks clear, and there appears to be a single coin beneath the water. Almost like the very start of a wishing well or something. Like, you know, when people throw all their coins in these, you know, waters and stuff, like it just kind of looks like a singular coin. Oh wait, 22. Two coins. One of which seems like it's probably like like stuck in between like a couple of cracks. One very obvious coin and one that's kind of, you know, tucked away.
So Neovar is obviously going to pick up the key ring first and sort of like jiggle it around her fingers, like got it. But as she turns back to Max from where she had found them, that's when she spots the coins. And then she just sort of sits on the side of the fountain and reaches in, unashamed. No one's here except fellow thieves. It's how it is in this bitch of a world. And she's gonna
Okay.
reach in and take out the coins.
All right.
Uh,
Roll me a
if the
D100 real
Jamnin
quick.
if the Jamnin one fights her at all, she's just going to casually expand, like shrink down her fingers and like stretch them out so that they can better claw at it.
All right. Straight up salad fingers. Got it. Okay. So you managed to pull the easy coin out with, you know, it's just right there. Um, the other one, let's see, you're trying to stretch it out. Give me a. Doesn't seem like you're trying to use a whole lot of strength, so give me hmm. I guess that's technically how you describe it would be a sleight of hand.
She's just trying to sort of maneuver, like stretch out her body parts in ways that might make it more monstrous looking. Like I'm pretty like imagine like the shadows like trying to shrink and slide underneath the door or like through a crack. That's what her
Yeah.
fingers become. Oof.
So you try real hard, and you manage to grab it. It's not super crazy wedged in there. It's a little more difficult than you expected because there's the water that's kind of sloshing around, just because the fountain, it's kind of like this little fountain that's active again. So it's a combination of this water in motion and it kind of obscures your view, so you're slightly off, but you managed to get both coins.
Anything interesting about the coins? Like as she picks them
Ah,
out and looks at them?
you look at them. Important. Good. So one coin appears to have a engraving of what seems kind of like at first like a normal golden coin, just like a stamp of actually there's a real no stamp on it. Just a unmarked gold coin, at least on the front. And you investigate and you flip it over, and on the back, what best you can determine kind of looks like a pair of horns.
Interesting. She'll have to ask Chaw about that. He seems to be uh the expert of horned sorts of things.
And the other coin appears to be of a familiar take of a draconic entity, a coin that you have seen before, a coin which previously had some claw markings scratched on it before Zed managed to repair it.
I'm sorry, one more time after the draconic coin someone called upstairs to me.
So it's a draconic coin very akin to the one that you have seen before that Zed fixed.
Are you making like any attempt to hide this?
No, she literally leaned over into the fountain to sort of fish around in the fountain. She was pretty obvious.
That's interesting because we found another coin like that in that other puddle of water, remember? Other side of the cave.
Yeah, the one that Zed fixed.
Mm-hmm.
And she sort of taps her fingers against her chin before she sort of pockets the coins with the other coins that she's been collecting on this journey. Spooky, scary ones included. So she just sort of shrugs and says, I found the keys at least. There's that.
Oh, great! Can we go use them?
Oh yeah, sure. But you were mentioning, perhaps dealing with this man, and she takes out her manacles and sort of rotates them around her her other fingers. Like, we can tie him up, or we
Yeah,
can
have at
handcuff
him.
him.
He's all yours.
So have you fully stripped him at this point, or would you say like you've gotten part way through? Like, is there anything left on him?
I mean, I was going as fast as I can, like
All right, completely
alternate
nude.
shirt, armor, anything, even if it's not even that valuable. Just the idea that I'd like for him to just be it.
He's down to his skivvies.
And or less. All right, so
How
that's
heavy is he actually?
I'd probably say normal human. So probably like I don't know, 160, 170.
60. All right, let's see. I got strength of 8, so that's 80, 160, but I'm already carrying like 25. Never mind. All right, I was gonna pick him up and shake him. I don't think I can. I don't have the strength for it. Just to see if anything dislodges. Like a
So
piggy bank.
so you take all of his clothes off, and then you want to pick him up and shake him. I mean, what would you be grabbing to shake him is the important question.
Like under his armpits and just you know.
I mean, you could do that. Like if you try to carry him, that's something different. But if you're just trying to like pick
Yeah.
him up and not really try and
Okay.
have his
Yeah, I
full
want to
body
do that.
weight.
It almost looks like I'm doing the Heimlich a little bit, right? I'm gonna wrap my arms from behind him, like prop him up, and then like try to lift, and then like I kind of arc my back a little bit as I'm trying to shake him.
All right,
Anything
so
fall out?
his limp body just kind of flails. There's not really much to fall out.
Then I'm gonna leave him with the elf.
All right. Zed, what would you like to do? I saw you creeping up over there.
Yeah. So, in the last session, I guess I put my character down toward the opening there. But I guess given that Spicy's not here today, before I leave and run off to do whatever I was gonna do, I guess while we're all investigating and looking around and things like that, Zed will probably walk over to where the javelin is skewered into the wall and attempt to dislodge it. I probably helping Raul with this. I don't know what sort of plans you had for that, but didn't want to leave it here.
Give me an athletics.
All right. Where's my? There it is.
Boy. Oh yeah, you managed to pull that thing out the wall real easy. Bits of stone kind of chunk out, almost like the javelin itself probably damaged the wall as opposed to getting stuck in it per se. So when you pull
Perfect.
it
All
out, like
right.
little spits of stone come out with it, and it looks relatively undamaged.
All right. So if Raul's still here in the room, again before anything else happens, I'll run over and kind of on my way out, uh, stop next to him and hold it out, hand it to him, give him a nod, uh,
Oh, thank
so
you.
that at least he's got it in his pack, and then I'll make my way toward the entrance because Zed is very much still concerned um, with Max's friends, family, whatever you'd like to call them.
All
Loved
right.
ones. Mhm.
So Shaw kind of chimes in and pats Raoul in the back. Okay, everybody. That hurt a lot. We're going to go rest over here. And they just kind of, whoop. We'll be by the cave entrance.
Hey, you said you had keys? Pivoting to look at Niavara.
Do-do-do,
Yeah, I found the keys. And
do-do-do.
she again rotates them on her
Gonna move
fingers
them there.
after she's
Awesome.
handcuffed.
They'll
Bitch
be
boy
resting there.
Dale.
Mhm.
Kozik making his way.
Rather than for the additional disrespect of it all, she's going to do it so that one set of his arms and hands are tied. Like she's going to tie his foot to his one hand and then handcuff the other hand to his other foot so that he's in an X shape
Yeah.
behind his back.
Actually, I'll say Raul and Cha kind of pile the bodies in a corner somewhere. They'll be busy doing that before they rest at the entrance. Just so I can also kind of clear the board a little bit.
Fair, that's valid. And she stands up, brushes down her dress, like, all right, good to go. And I have. She again takes out the keys. And you mentioned people were here, like from the town or from your crew?
Ooh,
Baking?
what are you talking about? Yeah. No, my family. I told you this like as soon as you found me. I have a family down here that I needed to get to. There's 12 of us in all.
That's a really big family.
Thank you.
Your mother must have been so overworked.
12 of them, dagnabbit. Do you have them already before I apparently have to make 6 more on the fly?
I think it'd be more fun for the DM to do it. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I was gonna name him after Santa's reindeer, so
Donner and Dasher.
yeah, and that's the order that we call them out. or just shorten them so like Donnie and Dash, Rudy.
I mean,
Good
it's a
old
whole thing
Blitz.
that you could totally do. That'd be funny as hell.
So 1, 2, 3,
Uh,
3, 4,
And if
5,
anybody rolls
6.
a history check, you would be like, all these names sound very familiar, almost as if they are fictional, like they're trying to hide their true. No, I'm kidding. It does sound good, like canon though, that like we would use storybook names.
the names of the 12 dancing princesses if they had names. They do in the Barbie movie.
Wait, which Barbie movie?
Barbie and the 12 dancing princesses.
Rudolph, Dasher,
Okay,
Dash, Rudy,
I've never heard of it.
Dance,
What Barbie movies have you heard of?
Prince.
I thought you were like saw
It's
the new one. I don't know.
No, the new one's not out yet. One.
Oh, I thought
I
maybe it was
I do have tickets to the Barbenheimer double feature.
yeah.
Connor. All
You're a
right.
big Barbie fan?
I mean, I was a kid
I
that
think if you're
grew up.
watching the 12 Princesses, you got to be a little bit of it. Did you watch that show? The Dreamhouse one?
I'm
The CGI?
too old. I'm too old for the Dream House. No, the Barbie movies like came out during the early 2000s, and they reflect really shitty old CGI. They are
Okay.
iconically bad in places. No, the story behind why is because I liked the story of the 12 Dancing Princesses. It's like
Is
a
that
fairy
12?
tale.
2, 3,
Okay.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh,
And so when there was a Barbie rendition of it, I of course was going to watch the Barbie rendition.
Wait, are there two tunnels here?
would appear
I'm,
so.
I,
Yeah, I think technically.
And as you exit that cave, you find Kozik there. So Kozik, this entire time, is I will describe what happened to you in that time frame. You know, you were thinking real hard about trying to help out Max, and Max was talking about how, they really need to save their friends, and you were you were thinking to yourself, but we also have our own friends who are stuck in there, stuck with Dale, and you decided to, you know what, give me a quick wisdom save. I'm just kind of curious to see the extent of this.
Wisdom save.
Oh, perfect. So you
Nice.
made I don't know, you could probably call it the mistake. Yeah, as a kid would kind of comfort their teddy bear, you took it off your shoulder for a brief moment and just kind of like using that as a moment to get locked into thought. And you just kind of stare into this adorable little button beady eyes. And you just kind of lost track of time. And then the next thing you know, you blink and everybody's kind of standing around you coming out of the cave. And you can hear a slight whisper in the back of your mind, one you've heard before. Never be lost again. But your friends are here. A couple of them. Let's see. Really just Zed. How much did you get healed by? Yeah.
7.
So Zed looks pretty beat up. Everybody else looks fine though.
Oh, I got 13. Never mind.
And you probably maybe think that how long have you been staring in this little teddy bear's eyes? Weird.
All right, what did I miss? You guys look fucked up. Well, one of you does.
Huge fuck off monster. Also, we might have killed Dale.
God, it
And
couldn't have happened
zombies.
to a nicer guy.
You're right.
Zombies. Wow, I got lost here in the cave somewhere or something. Wow, I'm glad I made it back and found you guys though.
did you find my family? Did you while we were in there?
I don't think so. Let's
Oh,
go. Let's go find him.
okay. Are you feeling sick?
No, no, I don't think so.
Just we were in there for a while, and there was a lot of screeching, and there was like chunks of the cave were falling down, lots of dust and trembling. There was a 30-foot long skeleton snake.
People almost died. Raoul, Anshaw, and Zed.
That's that's incredible. Well, I wish I could have been there to help you guys.
Yeah, me
Yeah.
too.
We all wish that you'd been there to help us.
I'm kind of struggling to fit the little teddy bear back on the front of my garments here. I'm like, oh, that's yeah. It seems weird that I wasn't there, but I I don't know. Oh well,
Embarrassing for
I'll
you.
make it up to you guys. I swear.
We can talk and walk at the same time.
Yeah, we have
Good
stuff to
idea.
do, babe.
Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Make sure you got the light sources proper. Everybody's moving. No. Da, 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 da. Belch. Do, 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 do.
What?
Also, I think there's a module out there for Foundry that if people like BRB, they'll put like a little BRB on their actual token. Just haven't figured out which one it was. I've seen somebody use it. I was like, I kind of like that. Like where the portrait is, it just says like BRB or AFK, and I'm just like, that's kind of a cool visual representation. Anywho, so Max, you were making your way into this room, and you know the familiar sounds of familiar people. They're still in here, very much in the same condition.
Mm-hmm. I'm very like hurriedly like waving my arm and like, come on, it's this way over here. We just gotta.
Yeah, Zed'll just be following Max.
All right, and then just use your imagination. It's like all around, right? Because there's like a
Yeah.
bunch.
So there's 13 people in here. I know you said 12, but
Interesting. Is there anybody I don't recognize?
no, they're all part of your crew. It
Okay.
was
Figures, okay.
after you said the reindeer names, I already had some, so I was like, well, I could just add one more in there because I already got this person. We're gonna use them. Let's just say the 13th person is probably like the newest member of your crew that you kind of don't know that well, and you're just like, oh yeah, you're the forgettable person, right? Ooh, awkward. Ooh. Yeah, they haven't earned their I don't know, their proper name, quote unquote.
Yeah, they haven't got like their official nickname of camaraderie. All right, I'm gonna let Zed do their thing, and I'm just gonna stand there and watch.
So where you're standing, you are standing next to what looks like a relatively young-looking human. He's got like short black hair. At this point, he looks not really malnourished, but this boy looks like he can eat. Um, for Max, you recognize this individual as Amarant, the cabin boy.
Get my notes out.
Also, did you get the keys from Diavara?
No, she stingily never gave them to me. She just followed me instead.
I was gonna say it would be a very Max thing to do to have gotten the keys and then sit back and let Zed fucking pick all the locks.
Yeah.
Where is it? There it is.
Did you say the cabin boy's name again?
Amarant, Amarant. With a 22, you easily pick these locks. And this individual sort of chained to the wall, and once their bindings have been removed, they kind of stumble to the ground on their knees, like barely able to stand under their own power. Sort of breathing heavily, like head kind of hanging, just not in the best condition.
Ah, shit. Apologies, Max. I should have. I don't know. Might sound weird, but is there any of these folks here that you want to remain tied up or chained for any
What?
reason?
No, I trust each and every one of them, each one more than the one before.
All right.
And then as this one's free, and that could work on the next one, I'm just gonna clap him on the shoulder, old Amaranth, right? And like, don't worry, we're getting you out of here, buddy. As for our bakery, and I'm at this point, I want to put both hands, like one hand on each shoulder of Amaranth's, right? And like lock eyes with him, and I got like these little yellow eyes, right? It's very unique. And just say, our bakery, and I'm gonna shake him just a little bit, like a little too violent of a shake, right? So that he like gets that I'm trying to speak in code here, right? It's fine. It's not like burned down or crashed into the side of a mountain or anything.
All right, give me a performance.
That's a 10.
And let's see here. He totally doesn't get it, even with advantage. Uh, what what are you talking about? What's go? Like he's just trying to like say words, but he's just too weak. He can't even put a full sentence together. Do, do you have food? So hungry. So hungry.
No, sorry about your luck, Chuck. I didn't bring any food with me. And then I'm gonna look over to Neovar and Kozik now that he's come from around the other corner.
Oh, surely, I have some food. It's not much, but you may still want it.
Yeah, please, anything you
And
can
I
spare
hand
for
over,
my family here. Yeah.
I'd hand over rations, to start with. Here's one day's worth of rations.
All right. So Emerant just takes it and just shoves it into his face like a rabid animal who
How many of them are
hasn't eaten.
alive?
They're all alive.
Okay, so how many rations do you have? I need about 12 more.
Uh, Kozik is considering. Well, he keeps one back, but he can give 4 more.
Anything you can spare would be great. I'm sure they haven't eaten in a very long time.
All right, let's do it.
Is my first mate here?
Your first mate would be here.
You mean your sous chef?
I'm asking out of character.
Yep.
What is
Blitz.
their name? Blitz. Yep. He's a crank. Old Blitz. Always copping an attitude. First. All right. Is he conscious?
Let's find out. Nope.
Son of a bitch. All right. Who's reliable that I can like communicate with that's gonna be up and at it? Like I
Okay, let me
imagine Zed's just going in a circle. Whoever's closest, just go from one to the next to the next to the next. And I'm
Yep.
just trying to get information.
Yep, give me 1 second. Let's see who's conscious. That's for you. 1, 2. Okay, and then 1 for you. Okay. And then... Okay, and then... Okay. The
Can I
second
split his rations into half rations? That way I can
7.
feed 8 people off those 4.
So, I mean, you could split it, but whether or not that will sate them enough is another scenario.
Right. I think when you go
Yeah.
off rations, it gives you like exhaustion or something. It gives you something like a negative
11,
effect, but I don't
14,
care because it's
14.
not me.
1 less. 13.
Everybody needs to get at least a little something. It's kind of my point on it.
Okay, so let's see. Of those who are awake, Billy, the human, let's see, middle-aged human, um, looks like he's already starting to go gray even at this rate, but it's probably because he's the cook. And there's probably a lot of stuff that's gotten, a lot of food that's gotten into his hair and, maybe singed a few things here and there. He's got a little beard going on, but that's also like has clear singe marks on it. Let's see. Who else is awake? 10. James. James is a elven man. Pretty stoic. Sort of the muscle of the
Astral
group.
elf, maybe?
Sorry, what?
Astral elf, maybe?
Yeah.
Stoic. Keep going.
He's sort of usually the muscle. Guy. Every bakery needs to have some muscle for keeping the head chef in tip top protection. Let's see. So next, Dilly. Aw, dang it, Dilly's not conscious. Oh well. There's Dilly. She's sort of absent-minded, always messes stuff up. But she's just the lovable person that's just always brings the spirit up of the bakery, but very much aloof. Then there's Blitz, who...
Who did Blitz? That's first mate.
Yep, that's first mate. But Blitz is not conscious. And then 19. Then there's Dash, which is the one that I had to come up with on the spot. Sure, give me a second. So did you want the we'll just do them by name. You know them by name.
Yeah.
You can work out their personalities as the story unfolds.
Yeah, I believe Dash is actually a GIF who has a blonde, spiky wig, and he's always like zooming around. But the problem is he's like 800 pounds and he's the slowest member, and everybody else just pretends he's fast. And we have this thing where we just go, "Oh wow, you're really moving there," and his walking speed's like 15.
All right. Yep. Sorry, I had to have.
Sorry, we don't have to
notes.
make up all the members. I know we want to roll
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
I do want to get information about what happened to the bakery, basically.
Okay. From those who are conscious, their stories would probably all, coincide with each other. That they got into a bit of a tussle, and with a well, this is out of character, so I don't really have to codify it, but they got into a bit of a tussle with some creatures out in the sky, as it were, and the boat took, the vessel took pretty significant damage, and they had to kind of do an emergency landing and try and get some repairs. And essentially, when they tried to take the time to get the repairs done, and they're already kind of tired in a weakened state, and they were in the mountains, so it's pretty cold, so the weather conditions weren't exactly in their favor. That's when Dale and minions arrived and took their stuff, and pretty much chained them up.
And what about our operations? Do we think we'll be ready to bake again anytime soon? Or do we need to like
It's probably going to take a
salvage?
good bit of work to get things up and running based on, how much damage, because they did mention it's at some point during this conversation they would have brought up that there were some other vessels just outside the cave, so they were thinking of trying to take some parts from those and salvage them. But before they really had a chance to, delve deep and look into it, Dale arrived.
Okay. What would as far as the party members, because I'm speaking in code, but it's definitely not going to be that much in code, right? It's going to just be like, oh yeah, the rival bakeries are, blasting, at us with their discount prices, and it's hard for us to keep up. It's almost like they're blowing our windows out here and just taking the wind out of our sails. And like the more we converse with everybody, and because I don't have the smartest crew in the world, there's a lot of like blank stares. There's a lot of like people just kind of like doing that slow nod kind of thing, and a couple of them are on the up and up, and they're exchanging words with me. But is there anything we would need to pass to try to disguise the things that we're saying away from Niavara, Zed, and Kozik?
Deception, because I'd probably just base it a deception that you do, just sort of would be, even though there's a little bit of confusion from them, they kind of know to at least shut their mouth, kind of thing.
Is it 20?
So if anybody wanted to break the code, as it were, they got to get a.
Every week I've had like 17 people say insight, and today nobody's interested. That's camaraderie. We've earned trust.
Yep.
I mean, how close is the dialect that she's using to Thieves' Cant?
That would be a max question.
If I was DM, I would give them advantage on an insight for noting that, because Thieves' Cant itself is a way of disguising your words, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Niavara and Zed are in fact both proficient in it, given rogueness.
Maybe how about like for fun, like if it's just me, right? Like I think you would just pick up on the idea that we're definitely not talking about a bakery. Or maybe we are, maybe it's the weirdest bakery in the world.
So how about this? You can we'll say you kind of pick up on something seeming off, but an insight might kind of key you into, like, maybe delving further into that suspicion. Because, there was a point he talked about a bakery, but then he kind of slipped up and said something about a ship earlier, of which, Zed, I believe, was around for that.
There's also the fact that he bombed the performance check, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that too.
I didn't bomb it. The cabin boy did.
And the cabin boy seemed really lost in exchange to all this new word about the bakery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they're giving you like
normal-
weird glares and like, huh?
What the hell's going on? Yeah.
I guess just a simple question as well. Do they look like they work at a bakery?
Another good question.
Oh my
None of them look at all like bakers, except for one individual, and that's Billy.
The
The cook.
cook.
Yes.
To be fair,
Fair
just
enough.
gonna be thrown out here. I've seen cooks. No. They also look like they sometimes don't belong in a bakery. I saw a line cook cooking, like putting his whole ass hands into like raw oil to grab stuff out, like boiling deep fry oil.
Yeah, and let's be fair, he's not a cook at a restaurant, he's a cook on a ship.
As I'm
Oh.
introducing these people as to not be rude, I'm gonna like assign them these arbitrary tasks. Like, and this is Billy breaks the eggs for us, and then we have Blitz over there who does the powdered sugar. Amaranth, he's new, so he doesn't actually know how to cook, so we just have him sweep the floors. And then you got old James, can't forget about James. He works as a cashier. And like just oh, yeah.
Oh my fucking
Just your
god.
typical 14-person bakery.
I'm rolling with the idea that Niavara still understands something is off, but she also doesn't know enough about bakeries to be able to argue with her. She's like, oh yeah, that tracks. I guess.
And if
Yeah,
Zed
I
wants
think
to do it,
Zed. I don't know. I'm sitting. I almost don't want to, just for the sake of the fun, because the very first insight check I did, Kozik and I both got like a 19 and a 20 or something like that. So this
Mm-hmm.
whole time we've been kind of side-eyeing Max and been suspicious. And it's starting to get to the point where nothing about Max makes sense. And this is just another thing that doesn't make sense. And so it almost makes sense. It's like expected that, like, of course this is just par for the course. Um so I don't know. I'll do an inside check just for solidarity.
I
But
would say they also, because there's no way in their condition that they're gonna fall for this fake name thing, right? Like all 13 of them are gonna be exactly tiptoeing it, right? So you might hear like Captain or Fearless even might be a name they might throw out. And I would definitely try to cover it up if anybody's like, oh, the Fearless, the Fletcher, and I just like,
right. Yeah,
that's
and I guess the
Chef
reason that I was
Voldemort.
bringing that up before too was failing an insight check isn't going to have Zed be any less suspicious.
Right.
Okay, fair
Just to
enough.
be more like pinpointing what exactly is going
What
on.
something might okay.
Because you could be like suspicious that, oh, this looks very much like a crew for a ship, right? But there might be layers to it that you wouldn't understand.
Mhm. Fair enough.
They did a really big career pivot.
Yeah.
Good for them.
Mm-hmm.
No. No, I forgot to mention the bakery is a ship. We sail around. We're sailing bakers. It's
Yeah.
just like you just add in.
100%. Like, don't you just appreciate how much that, yeah, we were sailors and now we've settled down.
You know how when you got a boat in the ocean and the salt just magically keeps it afloat?
No.
Well,
Yes.
we got tired of it, and then
Oh,
it became a bakery once we reached dry land, as you do. Anyway,
oh
are they
shit.
all three?
Zed, Zed kind of
well,
scratches his head and thinks to himself, "Oh, did my crew become bakers?"
I guess the question is, do you want Zed to pick all the locks or Niavara to use the keys?
Both.
Or I should say, which order of operation? One requires a
If
roll, one doesn't.
well, I was just about to ask too. If I have my mage hand pick a lock, do I have to roll for the lock pick?
Yep, because it's still going off of your ability to
My
guide it into
skill?
how to, you know, move tumblers.
Niavara would have, by this point, noticed the people on the walls had the key in hand and go, ah, yeah, that's what this is for. And started trying to just, do the simple thing.
Mhm.
She can also lockpick. But, you know, you do the easy solution.
Which, it doesn't take you real long to find each key for each lock. And they just unlock with ease. Some crew, are barely conscious. Some are, some are conscious, but nobody seems to be in the best of physical condition right now.
Whoever has the most authority outside of me, I would like to actually grant them. I'm gonna throw down Bloat's rapier. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and then I'm gonna say, all right, I'm gonna need you to send these people outside, get some resources. I know there's a tree nearby that grows bananas. Whatever we need, food and water, get everything ship shape. We got to get back to bacon. And I'm gonna head with these fine people because I, owe them for getting me this far and helping you out. So I'll settle that debt.
Give me a sec. Let's do it.
That way they don't have
Yes.
to follow us like, 13 people, half of them asleep, right, while we're trying to go deal with Dale and stuff. They're capable. I'll just meet them outside.
Yeah, and at that point, I'd probably say, where is he? The name? Dilly finally comes to. Uh, uh, oh, yes, Captain. And it sounds like she barely heard your words, but she was kind of, groggy and coming to. Yes, Captain Baker. And she just kind of goes out with everybody else. She is aloof.
All right.
All right.
So we don't want Dale waking up on us, right?
I could give a fuck. I'd throw a dagger in his face.
We don't want Dale running away because we were here dilly-dallying for an hour, right?
That's
If
why
he's
we,
able to run away
with his arms and
based on
legs
the
tied.
condition that he's currently in, I'd say let him get away.
Really? I think I could do it. I just roll.
That's not running.
And furthermore, I think we'd hear him at this point.
If if we come out of this cave right here and we see Dale rolling down the tunnel,
Oh,
I might have a quick laugh
okay.
before we chase him down.
Yeah,
Now,
it would be difficult.
I feel like our bakery is probably been burned down. Like the way they were describing it, it's in ashes at this point. And you were here finding this Dale for a reason, like a monetary reason. Is that correct?
As actually more of a moral reason, I believe.
Yeah.
He'd-
So there's no reward.
I mean, the reward is that we get to keep all of his stuff and his oh right, you wouldn't have seen his room is full of treasures upstairs. I was already planning on
Oh,
moving it.
yeah. Also, we effectively, I'm assuming, freed an entire town from being underneath some sort of weird spell. So there might be some sort of a
It's a good
reward. I don't know.
job, but like at the end of the day, he's been killing adventurers by the dozen, and his room upstairs reflects that. There's got to be something good upstairs. I'm stealing.
well, what I'm proposing is maybe you could continue that generous spirit and make sure that my family here doesn't just have to go out and freeze to death in the snow because they only got half a day's worth of rations, right? Maybe we could, if we had like some gold and some trinkets and some crystals and gems and like thrones or whatever they have up there that's worth value, we could sell it back to the town of Dale, and then that way, not everything. I think, just if we could just help them out, with whatever you could contribute, whatever you could spare.
Ivar is sort of peering at Max questioningly, like, the mimics don't really want for anything. That's part of the reason why Dale's just been keeping all this stuff. Number one. Number
Mhm.
two, what do you mean snow?
What we just, from where we just came, it was completely snowfilled.
That wasn't that's not the town of Dale. That was some sort of illusion in the middle.
Oh, well, we've just been in this cave for so long, my mind's going all topsy-turvy.
Bestie, what's Dale look like? Oh, Baker of Dale.
Wait, what did you call me?
Baker of Dale.
Okay. Um, what's Dale look like? We just
Uh-huh.
bought him. He's
As
like
in the
a
town of
naked
Dale.
bearded man.
The town. It's also
The
called
town
Dale.
of Dale. Oh, I'm just so. You remember when I was tied up and I was having trouble remembering everything?
But you said you're a baker that
Being a
lives
little.
there.
Yeah. For me, it just looks like a little port of sunshine, right?
Yes.
It's it may not look like much to you if that's what you're getting at. If you think it's kind of two-bit shabby, like kind of just a run-down kind of place, right? But to me, it's home.
Very odd. When
Wouldn't
we were
wouldn't
walking
trade it
through,
for.
there weren't really any burnt down buildings or anything.
I'm gonna need you to give me a deception, sir.
Yeah, like several.
Okay.
I do think
And
it's funny that, from my perspective,
27.
we're in like a dead end, and Max is cornered between Kozik and I, with Niavara standing behind.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I'll let you guys do an insight with advantage because you guys
27.
do know Dale.
What the fuck?
Like I'm no
All right.
poet laureate, you might say. So for me, I don't really have the words or the vocabulary to describe home, but it's just, you know it when you see it. It's an instinctive kind of, it's in your guts, it's in your heart, it's in your chest, it's in the friends that we've made along the way, all that.
I mean, like, I guess, like, my point
Hmm.
is, like, what are the people look like? What are the buildings made out of?
I try not to see the world through that lens.
What are the buildings made out of?
uh Typical building material. Like if I was going to rebuild from the ashes that have probably been left in its wake since we've been down here, because we haven't been back to Dell in a while. Who knows what it looks like in its current state. I would even use those little, what did you call that, a shop, the things that were outside. I'm going to point to Zed. The big, you said it wasn't a house, it was called a what now, a shoop.
Oh, they're cornering
Max,
us.
baby, I don't really want to call you like a liar, but like,
Mhm.
bullshit. All of the buildings in Dale are mimics.
Oh, that's the word I was looking for. Yeah,
No,
you're
it's
right, you're
not.
right.
You called them regular house building materials. They're commonly reviewed as monsters.
All right, you got me. All right, I'm gonna hold my hands, palms out, right? Say, no more deception. I've been there for you. Admit that, right? I've been making sure everybody's okay, but I haven't been fully honest with you. My name is not Maximilian J. Fox Voldemort the Third.
Ed's gonna
Oh, gasp.
just very sarcastically gasp with his hand over his mouth. Really?
Yeah, it's actually Fletcher Fulton.
I mean, I heard a couple of these people calling you Fletcher, so I figured there was some dishonesty there. But like, what? Why the whole bakery story, Bestie? It's not like we were the most up-to-date, morally upright people, with the exception, possibly, of Kozik.
I don't know who I'm dealing with. Plus, were you gonna help me if I said that, I happen to have, a crew that sells the Astral Sea and we accidentally crashed here, right? You might not
And
have helped me free them. I didn't want you to be scared of them.
Niavara
And
does a very long blink, like you were in the dungeon of a weirdo, and we unbound you without questions. Well, like some, like how long have you been down here? Which is, a place of concern.
Mhm.
I am a sailor myself as well, so but that just makes you more endearing.
Oh,
Yeah,
really? What stars do you sell?
The water ones.
Oh, we've never sold those before.
And Zed, it makes you think back to that delightful interaction with old Captain.
Yep. Zed's at this point, he's probably got his hand in his pocket and he's just rubbing on the silver raven talisman.
Have any of you heard of the Maiden Scorn?
no.
Oh, good.
No.
I don't believe so.
From the
I
Underdark.
It's
have you
really a peaceful kind of ship. We go from port to port, just looking for adventure and odd jobs and the like.
Hey, that sounds similar to my crew. Have you heard of the Ashen Wake?
Nope. Actually, can I do a
Actually,
history
yeah,
check, see if I have?
yeah, I was about to say,
Have I
okay.
heard of his ship too? I guess I don't know.
Give me history checks for you sailors.
All right.
Let's see what the dice say. Okay, all right. Ooh, it's real close. I'd say Zed, you don't know. No idea.
Figures.
But Max, you're maybe through ooh, maybe through some word of mouth or maybe some of the ports he came through that you may have heard the name Ashen Wake. But you know, from what you were able to vaguely draw from overhearing conversations,
Mm.
you're pretty sure that's a bunch of dead people on a boat.
What kind of reputation, good or bad?
Oh, they're definitely they're on the black sail side of things.
Oh, okay. Oh, then I get to have a secret
They
smirk with Zed. That makes me feel a lot better.
and they kind of have a some people might say when you know maybe their vessels got pulled over or whatever, but they say you know they claim that it's just a routine quote unquote inspection.
Okay. I'm still gonna say no that I haven't heard of them. If you're looking to get back into sailing, I mean, we could always use the company, right?
You said you were sailing the stars. I've
The
actually
Astral Sea, actually.
Astral Sea. That's
I'm just
that
gonna
is
like
that
point.
east or west?
Different
It's
plane, buddy.
Right.
kind of like it's kind of like sideways and up at the same time, except adjacent as well.
Where the
That
Underdark
sounds magnificent.
goes down, the astral plane goes up.
Ish, yeah.
I probably be very fun to experience
You know how
that.
this is the material plane, right? And
No.
all of the wonders that come to. No, is it not? Oh,
Mm.
we're in the Feywild, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Wherever the hell we are, it's not where I'm from.
But I would like to get back to my crew though at some point. It's been quite a long time.
I heard your crew was all dead.
For whatever reason, I'm not sure why, but a few people have mentioned that, and it's just very odd to me. I can't see how they'd be all gone.
I mean, in their line of work, it can't be that surprising.
People do tend to die when they get killed.
All
By
right, you know what?
definition, she's correct.
Now we're all just being silly. What are we doing standing here?
We could talk and walk. Yeah.
Well, see, we need to figure out how we're escorting these individuals. One, uh, out of these caves and slash through the traps that Dale set behind for us. And two, I guess like I don't want to leave a bunch of like half dead people in the mimic town. Like, don't get me wrong, I trust the mimics with my life, but theirs. And she like makes a little hand wavy shake. They're like easy food, you know. What's the word? They're the injured gazelle in the herd.
Mm.
They're the ones that the predators eat first, you know.
Well, I'm going to be honest. I've only had this crew for about 30, 60 days maybe before we crashed here.
Is that your way of saying I don't need to run faster? I don't need to run the fastest, I just need to run faster than them?
I mean, if they make it, they make it. If they don't, we don't have to split the loot so much.
Well, now
Jesus.
hold on. Before you were having me, you were gonna wrestle me away from the rest of our group here. Before we were gonna fight Dale, so you could come rescue all these folk that don't hardly mean nothing to you now.
I didn't say they don't mean nothing. I gave them a fighting chance. It's the natural ebb and flow of the universe. All right. If we're coming down to it, some people are just destined to die. I'm going to make sure that it's not my fault. That's fairly considerate of me. Wouldn't you agree?
There's tits, though. That's a
I
little bit harsh, even for me.
I just feel
What?
like
I
you're
came in
you're
here and I saved them. I made sure they were unlocked. I Yeah, they're gonna go out and prepare the ships as best as they can, but like, I mean,
just feel like the more we stand here and chit chat, the deeper hole you're digging yourself there, Max. Or Fletcher.
yeah, speaking of holes, I mean, we outnumber you 4-1, and I was like, you know what? These are my good buddies, so I don't know why we're trying to be like hostile with each other. I really
I'm
like
not
you and
being
your group.
hostile. It's just
You are kind of
the
pressing me
more
against a wall here. I can't even get away from this tunnel, you know.
you're free to move around. I'm just standing here. I'm 5 feet away
Oh,
from you.
okay. Okay.
Well, it's just the more we have a chit chat here, the more you're kind of running in circles with your words.
I mean, you're
Well
good at,
then,
don't get me wrong, but like also we have pressing issues such as one, how do we transport these 12 people out of here? Two, how do we transport them through the traps? And three, how do we transport them out of the city without the city
what traps are
noticing
you even talking about? I don't even remember any traps on the way in.
the snowy places, the illusions, the dragon with the giant fucking sword in him.
Let's just run a sword through Dell's head, and then the traps disappear.
I
Maybe.
don't know that's how it works, babe, which is kind of why I
How are
wanted
we?
to
Why are we
talk
keeping him alive again?
because I kind of want to ask him how to disable the traps and shit like that.
Okay, well, let's go do that.
Right?
Neovar rubs her temples like, good lord. Amateurs at interrogation.
I'm just the illusion or whatever we were in outside. That was another airship. We're definitely gonna loot all of their resources, their banana trees, their cannons, everything they've got. We're gonna take it. The second one we found, never eat shredded wheat, northeast of that one. We're gonna loot it too. And by we, I mean the crew. I don't expect anything from you all.
I don't know if
Are
your
they
crew's gonna be able to loot it, not going to lie.
are they operational? Were you able to tell?
Exactly.
No, they were fucked. 10 kinds. In fact, that one that was to the west of us, right? I fought them 3 different times. They're terrible. They suck. I'm glad they're down.
So, like, again, Fletcher, I'm just so very curious.
Mm-hmm.
Why the deception? I mean, I get it, don't get me wrong.
Most pirates lie about everything. That's just the way of it.
So you're
He's not
going to
wrong.
lie about it to a pirate, a thief, and I mean, like, I guess the square, but
I
like,
never asked what you were. For
what
all
were
I
we
know,
doing
you're
inside of a
upstanding
noble?
citizens.
We were inside the dungeons of a nobleman's house using locksmith, like, thieves' tools.
You got to remember, I didn't know it was a nobleman's house. I just kind of woke up there.
We told you, and we said that we're chasing his dumbass to kill him.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I'm not great at
Yeah, we
listening.
were actually oddly honest with you. I'm
Yeah,
not
me
sure why.
especially.
See, this is
You were
why
saying
I thought we were, good, wholesome people.
Kozik, yes.
Zed,
Zed and
you
myself,
certainly would know. You've never had to lie before. I lie about everything constantly.
I
I just
picked that
can't
up.
imagine it any other way.
Then if you're lying about everything, then
Yeah, I'm moving
obviously you
for you.
can't be, you have to be lying about saying that you lie all the time, meaning that at times you tell the truth.
Oh, who knows? Not
Me.
me.
Meanwhile, there's a naked Dale chained up and unconscious, face down in the dirt.
Nevar's gonna go over to him, kick him up like onto his back.
He said this doesn't hurt.
She's going to slap him awake.
He wakes up. There's a faint flicker of life in his eyes, and the very notable handprint, in his, I don't know, wherever you touch him, like maybe his arm, where
Oh,
the,
she was going for the full cheek slap.
well, I mean, for when Nivar did the inflict wounds, where, a little bit of
Oh.
discoloration of a handprint from
That would,
inflicted
yeah.
wounds.
Hmm.
you said so you said he woke up and is that kind of obvious to all of us?
I mean, yeah.
All right, Zed's gonna pick up a little bone off the ground and he's gonna chuck it at Dale, uh, full well knowing that he's awake, but quote unquote trying to wake him up.
Okay. I mean, are you
Just wanna
throwing
move
it
on.
at Dale? Because if you're throwing it at Dale, that's an attack roll.
Bitch just
Uh,
got stabilized.
I mean, it wouldn't be like I'm not hurling it at him to do damage. It would just be like hitting him in the face with something.
So, as somebody who was a child once and thought that was the case as well, and ended up with a
Fair.
concussion, but I'll say you intentionally try not to hit him. Unless you roll a 1.
Let's see. Just a D20.
Yeah, just any old D20. As long as it's not a 1. Don't be like me. I roll 4 of them in a row. Okay.
Here we go.
Yeah, you chuck some bone, and it scatters on the floor next to Neovar and Dale. But Dale's awake. Is there anything Neovar wants to say to him? Maybe. Think Neovar might be disconnecting.
Hmm.
Is Kozik still here?
Yep.
I'm here.
I want to message you, right? Like with the cantrip message, and just be like, "Hey, you're still good to keep this between us, right?"
And I can communicate back.
Yes.
Say, you know, I suppose so, but why should I?
I thought we were friends.
I think,
It's the level of
when
honesty I'm sharing with you that I don't with anyone else.
Kozik feels a little manipulated, but he kind of says, yeah, for the time being, yeah, yeah, your secret's safe. I won't say anything.
And because I do actually earnestly feel like there's a connection between us, right? I will confide. I'm really new to the whole, you know, fearless kind of pirate captain shindig, right? So maybe I'm overcompensating, maybe I'm being overdramatic about it, but like I gotta put on a show, right?
You're certainly doing that.
It's not like random and it's not against you all. It's for the crew.
All right then. All right then. And Kozik feels like he's been had a little bit, but he also feels like he can't. He still can't share what he's been told, what he's found out.
Right, because you have an insight, because even if they're like, oh, actually you guys got me, I'm fearless Fletcher Fulton, captain of the whatever. Do you know that's like that's not even that can't that's not the truth either, right? Like that was just the next onion peel of a lie,
This,
right?
I still don't know what Kuth's like, why he's presenting in a different way or whatever, but Kozik's like, well, I guess that's just who you are, I guess. I don't know. It's a little weird to me, but I don't see what it has to do with anything yet.
It's just real important to me. It's all.
All right, all right. And I guess the whole time Kozik has just been going, duh, like looking off into space while he's been duh, and
I'm
kind of petting the teddy bear's head a little
yeah.
bit.
I'm doing the opposite. I'm staring at you.
Does Zed see any of this?
I don't know, does he?
Or is Zed like Niavara glaring at Dale?
That's possible too.
Do I?
I don't know, do you? That's your decision.
It's up
They
to
weren't
you.
exactly being stealthy. They're
Mm-mm.
just kind of staring.
I would say my
that I
my
would.
lips were muttering too, like as I'm sending these telepathic messages.
I would say I notice it, but don't. I'm probably still kind of going over just the fact that I'm not supposed to call you Max anymore, and all the information that you just told us. So I'm sure I noticed uh, staring and all of that, but didn't really question it or think much of it, unless it was super obvious. Because
And
it's
I
like
guess
I'm not trying to ignore anything either.
it's dark in here too.
Mm-hmm. Plus Dale's right over here, and we're in the back.
Yeah, I think my attention would probably be looking over, uh, seeing as how I just kind of chucked a bone that way. My back might be turned to y'all, so
Okay.
Meanwhile, Niavar, you're standing over a naked dude who just woke up.
Yep, and Niavara is going to poke him with her, like, nudge him with her boot, like, okay, start talking, bitch. And her tone has shifted. She's not playful, she's just serious.
Give me an intimidation. Just we'll see how far this goes. Like he's obviously intimidated, but we'll see if he's like piss his pants intimidated or just kind of like you got me kind of intimidated. Okay, yeah, he's in piss his pants intimidated. What? And he starts like trying to like scoot away from you against his back against the wall.
this is a morbid kind of gross question, but does he actually start peeing because he has no clothes on?
Not
Had
yet.
his underwear
Was
on.
wasn't high enough.
Niavara didn't. They didn't take
Okay.
his pants. They did not take his underwear off. Okay. Start talking.
What?
Pitiful human.
What do you what do you what do you want to know? What what I why am I here? What who are
met?
you?
What was you? What were you doing? The town people of Dale.
I wasn't doing anything. I swear.
Liar. Liar. Dale. Liar.
I hear of someone
Done.
named the Butler.
Done. Boo.
Now hold on, Niavara. Did we not determine there may have been the presence of another entity when we were back up outside this so-called mayor's house?
She kicks the mayor again.
Ah,
Like, so what do you remember? Pathetic worm.
I
Remember a butler by chance?
but no no. Please I don't know what I don't know what I did. Why am I here? Why am I why does it hurt so much?
Because got killed because you were summoning zombies to your aid.
I
There
hate that.
there
Niavaris smiles a little bit and her teeth are very sharp looking. And she's like, oh, but you did. And you have. So you must have. So come on now. Don't be coy. And she kneels down in front of him. What did you do?
I,
What brought you here?
I mean, I was just out and about, and I was thinking to myself, like, Mal, it would be real nice if I could, not have to work for a living anymore, or have to go out and hunt, and just kind of have everything being taken care of. And then the next thing I know is, I don't know, and he's just like, almost like practically hyperventilating, like in his panic.
Mm-hmm. I seem to remember the phrase that this isn't what you wanted, Dale. But it sounds from what you're saying, being wanted to be a nobleman, that's exactly what you wanted. Maybe you wanted to have more control of it, but something must have reached out to you in that instance, Dale. Think really hard. I know it must be very difficult. Who offered you power, Dale?
Uh, I don't know the name. It was just a voice, and it said, I could grant you that wish, and I asked, what, nothing comes for free, and the voice just kind of said, it does. Don't worry about it. The contract can be written now, and the payment can be later.
Mm-hmm. Where's that contract?
Uh, it's not on me. It would probably be in my house.
The one that was upstairs of your, what's the word? Dungeons?
Dungeons? Dungeon?
Hmm. Hmm.
So
I
you're
don't
not
know.
aware of the tunnels system that's literally underneath your said house.
Did, did something burrow under my house?
Yours.
No, there was a door that led there under the couch that you were residing on.
I I have a couch.
Hmm.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
with the inside of 13, he's definitely scared as shit of you. He might even be so scared he'll just tell you whatever the fuck you want.
Hmm.
Did we take him back with us?
I mean, other people can roll insight checks if they like.
Maybe it'll tell me something. I'll try it. Same.
Here we go.
Oh,
18. Max, did you want? Were you listening in, or were you just kind of hanging out?
oh, I'm listening. I don't even believe this is the right person. I think Dale was possessed, and like this is just the body, the shell that was left behind.
Okay. So Zed, as an individual who is very aware of those who lie, this person is telling the truth, but there's also information that he is, he's conveying it in a way where he's not giving out like names, but he's also there's also something sinister. Like it almost seems like he's trying to say certain things, but there's something stopping him from doing so. Like no matter how fearful he is, it's almost like he opens his mouth and he tries to say a word, but the words just won't come out no matter how hard he tries. Kind of scenario. But it's all this mixed bag of information. Like there's this fear, but then there's like this sort of lying, but then there's all it's a complicated situation.
All right. By the look in your eye, I can tell you don't understand what's going on. I just want you to look at me. Don't say anything. Is there something that you'd like to tell us, but you are unable to tell us? So, nod your head.
So let's see. Hold on. Oh, we can't. He just stares at you.
Does his expression change at all?
Muscles tense. I'll say we'll just roll with that insight. Like muscles tense, like he's trying to, but something like he's not doing it though.
I'm gonna just kind of look at Niavara and Kozik and just is there a possibility that when you stabilized him, Niavara, that whatever was clutching onto him before might still have their clutches on him?
And Niavara will sort of glance back to Zed and consider it for a second. And she's like, I do think that it could be possible that the little worm might actually still be possessed. But regrettably, I'm not an expert at possession. I'm an expert at intimidation, and I'm prepared to take this man's fingernails off for information. But if what you're implying is that he cannot tell me what I want to know, then I think we might have to wait for Cha.
I just go
I need silver to make holy water.
the
I
look
mean,
that I'm getting from him.
there is water right
what
behind you.
I was gonna say, what's this thing right here? Because this water used to be red and it's not anymore. I would like to try to see if there's some kind of like sigils like around the basin, or maybe something I can grab from over here and chunk it in there. I don't know, just anything that might replicate a ritual.
Give me an investigation.
I believe I have ritualistic casting.
If the water is holy water, that'd be so funny.
Investigation 21.
All right. So, for one, there was that symbol carved into the rock, pretty much right where you're standing, like, lets me click it. Whatever. Right behind the, that little, yeah. There's like these weird symbols carved into the wall. And in sort of investigating, looking into the pool itself, 21. So it does look like there's like some faint carvings along the outer edge of this fountain, but they have been, looks kind of like they've been scratched away or scratched off. But you also notice that there are some inside the pool itself. And those seem to be very different from all of the others. Like the ones around the edge seem more like arcane for one purpose, and then the ones in the stone pillar there seem to be something completely different, just based on like the shapes and the curvatures. Like even if you don't necessarily know a language, you can kind of be like, that's not the same language as this language, and that's not the same language as this language. So you're kind of looking at three different sources of symbols right now.
If I had to guess, would it be Draconic?
One would be Draconic, if you know Draconic.
I don't, but they were dragon coins. So I'm just gonna reach out and just kind of draw their attention to the sigils and the runes, the etchings, like not only here, but on the basin and also in the water.
Actually, just give me a quick Arcana check.
Yeah.
Just to, solidify how much you know. Yeah, the ones that are Draconic are the ones in the fountain. Very muted, but starting to come to life.
Can I use my Eldritch invocation of Eyes of the Rune Keeper to read the writing, or is it not like that?
Normally it wouldn't be, but because you're being creative with it, let's go with it. Why not? Let's do it. Let's make use of that damn thing.
And I wanna like aid in this since I did the investigation and the arcana. Can I use telepathy message because I don't want to interrupt their interrogation of Dell, right? So this would just be me trying to connect to Kozik and just being like, look at this, look at this. This is, do you know Draconic? Like, what does this mean? Do you have any inkling of what ritual was performed here? And then remind them that the water was red before we beat the shit out of Dell.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So I get I get the message to maybe I want to check this stuff out over here, and I go and examine it.
All right, so which one are you checking out first? The one in the water, the ones that are kind of scratched up on the side there, or the one on the pillar?
Let's look at the pillar first, Anna.
The pillar. You can read all writing. That is very much. Just double checking to make sure I don't say this wrong. It is infernal.
Hmm.
And it just says Puppet Master.
Hey guys, it says Puppet Master.
And, I'd probably say you can at least peer at the ones on the side. I'd say if you're looking at the ones in the pool, you'll specifically have to do it, but just where you're standing because they're so obviously, present. The ones etched onto the pool, it's just a jarbled mess because it looks like somebody scratched a bunch of it up and damaged them. So it's like trying to read words that have been scratched off, like halfway erased, and like when you don't really have a good eraser, like the words just kind of smear on top of that. But maybe you can catch one symbol, and that will protect this mountain with what it has, whatever that is, because I'll say there's some stuff that you can't really comprehend.
I okay. Can I tell people what I learned? Is that the appropriate thing to do?
I mean, you could tell them what you learned.
Okay, cool. I kind of which I do, and I say, a great being that was felled. Is that maybe that dragon, the dragon skeleton outside? I'm not sure.
I
But
that makes sense.
Puppet Master seems to refer maybe to the entity that was controlling this this worm here, as Niavara says.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Niavar
no.
consider that and go, well, whenever we did say the name Dale, the beast did hurt us and yell at us in our brains and did in fact try and goad us repeatedly.
What if that sword was a big giant mimic? Wouldn't that be hilarious?
I mean, I don't think it was a giant mimic on behalf of the fact that, Raoul was standing on top of it at several points. I would hope that Raoul has a set of functioning eyes.
That are always open.
Correct, considering how creepy he ends up looking. If he was up there for all that time and he didn't notice that the sword was alive or was previously alive, then, well,
And
All right, so it's a
technically,
stretch. Go ahead.
I do
I
think
think he
that
actually cast a spell and accidentally hit the sword at one point as well. So
And then got attacked immediately,
by the dragon.
presumably. I don't know. It feels weird, right? Like it's all draconic kind of stuff. The dragon coins and two different pools of water inside this dragon's den kind of cave. There were the little shadow creatures around here. Outside the dragon skeleton, because it's not even a dragon. This dead dragon from forever ago was stabbed by a sword bigger than itself. Really, who wielded the sword? Why would they be angry at Dell if Dell didn't kill them? What would Dell be that they could wield a sword that big? I don't know.
A demon. Considering the infernal that Kozik was mentioning, and the fact that I was also cursed when I killed the butler. Demons are probably our best bet, and Cha would be able to explain that a little bit better. He was implying something about how the family of the bitch butler is some sort of hoity-toity society, important group of individuals down in the Nine Hells. But like, I'm not from the Nine Hells, so I'm just recounting this information secondhand based off memory alone.
Well, should we take this human with us until we can figure out what to do with him?
Niavara nudges him with her shoe again. Like, so, Worm, can you cast magic? Yes or no?
No,
How well do you fight?
I don't. I just
What?
went out and did hunting.
Uh-huh. What are the people of Dale going to do to you when they get their hands on you?
I don't know. What did I do?
You were killing a lot of adventurers, my dear. Specifically feeding them to the mimics of the town.
Like his jaw just kind of drops. Like he's just legitimately speechless. I, uh,
Your house is filled with their belongings. You must have killed hundreds at this point. Murderer.
It's a very comfortable house. We've been there. Remember?
no, no.
Convenient.
Your denials are beneath you, you contemptible pig. You're coming with us.
There we go, Kozik.
And you know what? It takes a lot more to be a lord than just living a life of comfort and thinking that you have a lot of money, you jerk.
But isn't
Does
that
it?
all they do?
It's about service and sacrifice. Ah,
I'm on Dell's side over here. Sorry.
I'm also on Dale's side. I'm sorry, Kozik. On the one hand, I agree with you. He is a contemptible beast. On the other hand, well, I won't say my feelings about guillotines and their use in modern society.
we provide we're a necessary thing that anyway, so Kozik is standing there with his arms folded looking down at this guy.
Dell, what do you remember about this stupid well and the writing on the wall? Why'd you throw a coin in there?
It was a wish.
What'd you wish for?
Oh, so you've been here before, Dale?
Mm-hmm. A long
What
time
were you
ago.
doing? What were you doing here?
Well, I mean, I was, and so you kind of keep talking to him. He's calming down just a little bit. I mean, me and my group of people. You know, we went hunting, and there was a storm that hit in out there, and so we kind of ran up into the mountains, and we kind of came to this cave, this area. There was a like outside, you know, me and a couple folks. We had our wagon and stuff, and yeah, we were just trying to find some place to huddle down and you know, settle in for the evening. And I found shelter in here, and you know, luck was looking bad, and I had a coin. I was like, man, I really wish I can get out of this situation because it really sucks up here.
Oh, so you're the one that killed all the people outside of this cave.
Killed them?
Mm-hmm.
They're not in
There's
the
a
cave?
no. There's a lot of bodies outside of this cave, and I can't wait to show you them and their wagon. And she holds up the bag that she took off one of the bodies and like sort of shakes it, as well as one of the blankets that she had been using.
Like he points to it like with a like a weak but shaky, like pointing his finger at it, but his hand's like really shaky, and he's like having a hard time just holding it up because I mean, you did kind of kick the shit out of him.
Mm-hmm.
That's Mira's bag, and you just deleted yourself off the board,
Oh shit! What?
or did you
Ow!
move? I don't know. Your token just magically vanished.
I was not doing anything. I have no idea. Let me try and dragging myself back on the board because I don't see my token either. There
There
I
you
am.
are.
Control Z always works. Awesome. And she's like, well, so there's a bunch of skeletons outside of this cave, and I can't wait for you to see them.
Like there's still fear, but now there's a hint of concern. Like Zed, with your 18, you're just picking up this poor guy is having the worst fucking day of his life. Like he's being accused of murdering people. Like he just heard some news that's probably some of people he cared about are just dead. Like he's just confused because all these accusations, and then there's like this noble dwarf that's like berating him for being a bad noble.
Yeah.
I, for whatever reason, I feel like again he's trying to tell us all he knows, but it's quite obvious he was possessed.
I mean, it's quite obvious he was possessed and that his body was used to do all these horrible things. But, like, that doesn't change the fact that, like, there's a bunch of corpses outside by the wagon that he's talking about, including, and she holds up the blanket again, all that stuff that we found, Zed, the chest that was
Right.
outside, those are his friends that he's talking about. The ones who died of unnatural causes.
Out of character, didn't they die from freezing to death from power
Exposure.
perceptions?
Exposure. However, Dale's alive, so she's upgraded this to
True.
unnatural freezing death
Okay.
because if he's
I'm
alive,
following you. Yeah, yeah. How did he swing it? Well, we got to get out here anyway. So,
oh, let's
um,
keep going.
hey, Max or fuck, sorry, Fletcher. You feel like we'd be able to get your crew out? Uh, some of them able to kind of help carry some of the other ones because a few of them look like they might be unconscious.
Yeah, they'll be all right. I mean, I assume I told them to wait for me at the entrance, right? Gather all the resources they
Oh,
could, see if we got any like
okay.
wood or food materials. Like
I think
just
I
the
missed.
outside of the cave here, yeah.
Hey, perfect. All right.
Oh,
You know, let's play a game of pretend. What if Dell was possessed by some kind of demonic force and this was against his will and he had nothing to do with any of it?
I mean, he had some to
That's
do with it. He made the
Did he?
wish. It was his body at the
well,
end of the day.
He
he
wished
might.
to get away from this. Like that seems pretty vague.
Well, I'm not. We could ask Cho, but it sounds like he made a deal and not just a wish. And when you're
He
making a deal, it can be sometimes unclear what exactly you're agreeing to, but it is something that you do willingly have to agree to.
I renege on my deals all the time.
You're
That's
not
different.
Are you making deals with demons?
No, but I don't. What if he's not? What if he wasn't wittingly doing that?
But he did. And
I
he's
think
lying.
Did he?
Yeah.
I believe
Making
he said he did.
assumptions. I thought he said he tossed a coin in this water and he made a wish and the wish came true.
He said there
But
was a contract.
earlier, didn't he say that there was a voice that he heard and basically said that you could
There was
give
a
me payment
price.
later, don't worry about it right now,
But
and
I
you'll
wasn't
have
in the room
anything that
back
you want.
then. Well, I
Yeah,
thought
that
that was the demon speaking through him.
no, that was the demon was speaking to him, and then he agreed to sign the contract anyway. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that everything's his fault, just most of it,
I,
but on the basis of
You can kill
having.
him if you want. I'm just trying to
I'm not
gauge like your
advocating killing him.
personalities and yeah.
I mean, if
I'm not.
somebody were to come to you and you were in dire straits, or there was something you really wanted, and they offered, to take care of that and pull you out of the rut that you're in, and don't worry about the consequences. It's like, I mean, wouldn't you take that deal? Like anything your heart's desired?
No, beware the gifts of
Slap
the
him.
traveler.
You slap him.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Your
Duh.
cowardice and your venality led to all of this. You brought this on yourself.
Beware the gifts of the traveler. There is
I
always a
do
price to
agree.
pay.
You might
The
not be
walking
aware of the
dude.
things that you did, but you are still responsible for them. Now,
If you live to make it out of this, you'll have a debt that you have to pay.
I'll do community service, I swear.
I don't fucking want you to serve me.
Yeah, I
You're gonna have to live with the
I
knowledge of
mean,
what
you
you
can
did.
serve along the maiden. Just throwing that out there.
ugh,
I'd
Fletcher
take him.
needs some more crew here.
You good with the mop? Did you swab a deck?
I
enterprising.
could learn.
Any hoodles, I do think that we should keep him alive if only so that we can talk to Cha. Because Cha might have ideas. Slash, if I acquire more silver, I'll be able to make holy water. And we might be able to deal with whatever might be lingering
I
of
mean,
If
this
we're
affair.
leaving,
there is that
if we're
sparkly
leaving
pool of
here,
water behind you.
Oh, right, I should probably investigate that as the holy person, shouldn't I? Ugh,
if
fuck.
we're leaving here before, and not necessarily bringing Shaw and Roll back, should we maybe try and scribe these runes so that we can actually show Shaw?
Oh, absolutely. I have a good memory, but I also she takes out her notebook from her pockets that she's got inside of her dress. And she's like, I take good notes.
And inside one of those
Often
pockets, there's a little callback for you. There's a piece of cloth in there, and you immediately think that the clothing you were wearing when you were Big Steve.
oh, that's a shirt that I ruined. And for what? Investigation or religion? I mean investigation's better, so let's see what this water is. Or can I just get it for free because I'm a cleric and I make the shit?
Religion.
Okay.
14. Okay, yeah, that's good enough. Barely, not good enough though. So with the 14, you peer into this water, and it has this very vibrant like light to it. Like when more so you than anybody else, because everybody else has kind of been sticking their hands in it, and now that you're actually like staring at it and focusing and concentrating on it, as opposed to trying to reach in and grab something. Ooh. Give me. Hold on. Let me see what. Double checking my notes on what this entails so I get it right. guess it would be based on memory, just to double check. Okay, so give me a quick little history check. It's really easy because, you know, these events transpired recently. As you lean over the water to investigate.
Ooh. Man.
Yep, and like I said, it's real easy. So at first glance, you know, you slowly lean over the pool of water, look into it, and the reflection in this, for a brief moment, the water kind of stills unnaturally, and the reflection in the water is not you, but very much a cloaked figure, kind of like a, you know, a hood over your head, kind of hidden in shadows. Don't really see a face, but it makes you think back to that, you know, dream or vision you had of all those other cloaked figures, and the cloak looks almost exactly the same. But, you know, a breeze quickly shoots through the cave, and the water ripples, and you see yourself as you are now. But to your religion check, this water is actually a fountain of constantly being blessed. You would probably
So
have
it
to give me
isn't
an
that holy
arcana.
water?
Yes. You would have to give me an arcana to probably figure out a source, but with religion, like, you touch it and you just kind of get this innate connection to divinity. Original sin too.
Oh. She takes a long sigh and she's like, this whole bitch is holy water. How did I miss that? Okay. I don't actually know where it's coming from, and nor am I magically talented enough to guess. However, Zed, help me throw this man into this pool of water. We're gonna waterboard him in it.
Oh, I'd be glad to.
What?
And she's just gonna grab him underneath one arm, like under his like armpit.
I
Zed'll
mean,
grab ankles and just be like, when was the last time you went for a swim? As he just lifts up the body and
definite concern.
tips over into the well there. The fountain.
Head down or face up?
I feel like that's up to Niavara because
I think she's just gonna like
I've
throw
got
him
his
in.
legs.
I think they're just gonna alley-oop him sideways.
So he'll probably be
Ass
horizontal
first.
face up.
Yeah. Face
All
up.
right.
He can breathe.
Max, give me a perception check, please. And I'll say Kozik too, because let's see, I think your Eldritch Invocation is still active. How long does it last?
It doesn't really say. I think it's just is like kind of instantaneous.
Yeah, there's no like time on. Interesting. Well, for the sake of not wasting time looking it up, let's just say it's active for the purpose of this perception check.
I think I can do it at will, so yeah. Okay, perception. Let me roll that sucker. Derp, 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 derp.
All right,
Not
19.
bad.
And Max, would you like to roll a perception? He might be AFK.
I was exactly AFK. I'm sorry, I'm back.
Would like to give me a perception check?
Yes. Perception.
Gotta get
Okay.
better than never mind. I was gonna say better than a 13. So Kozik, with your eyes of the rune keeper, you see the symbols behind Max and this is happening at the exact same time as Dale's body hits the water. You notice that the symbols flash like the kind of a deep red and then a lighter red, and then lighter and lighter to the point where the symbol almost looks like it almost is like burning away or burning off. And for
And
Max
is this
with a 9, you can just sort of
Mhm.
see the symbols on the well starting to just, because they were already like scratched up and mangled. Like with a 9, you kind of see that they're becoming less and less identifiable, but just
Mm.
barely, because probably because you just happen to be looking in that direction, kind of thing. And Kozik, you notice that as well, but also the thing in the pillar happening as Dale just kind of gets thunk.
so the one on the pillar is the one that says Puppet Master,
Yep,
and it's disappearing. Is that what you said?
yep.
Guys, I think something's happening.
How deep is that water?
I mean, it's pretty like a couple feet, like enough for you to reach your hand in, but also enough
Deep
that if
enough
you
to
threw
drown it.
somebody into, they could potentially drown if they were like unconscious or something.
Hmm.
Because you got to know that Neovaro was able to reach in and like pull coins out, so it's not that deep.
Right.
And
Hey, why don't you throw that coin back in and make your own wish?
Yeah.
Niavara.
No thanks, I'm not stupid.
Give it to me, I'll do it.
No, I think not.
Zed, you got the other one?
It was supposed to be a shrine to the dragon. Hence why the draconic symbols are there and the infernal symbols are written over top it.
Well, also think about when we found Max, there was a shrine there that had also been desecrated. Seemed
And
like
there,
Niavara was quite fond to restore it. So there's shrines all around.
Is he alright? He's shaking over there.
oh, Dale.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. And she glances down at him to sort of see what's going on. Sort of, again,
20-second
her
delay.
hand
Don't like
reaches
that.
in and sort of like keeps him upright. How's the bath doing? Sure, the water's a little chilly.
Cold, very cold.
How you feeling?
Cold, very cold.
Dale, who did you make the deal with?
Um, I mean, I only heard the name Rasp,
Or
and he actually
information,
looks
I do
surprised that he's
appreciate
actually able
this.
to get those words to come out.
Rasp, you said?
RASP.
Mm.
CT.
So, looking at the letters in infernal on the lip of the well, right? And then looking back at the words on the wall, are they completely faded at this point, or are they still like lingering?
The symbols on the wall are completely faded. I mean, it looked like they were burned in at one point, so it kind of looks like the rock in itself is slowly filling in where the scribbling was.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Out of character. Uh, we grabbed a scroll from Dale's pocket. Did we ever check that?
Nope.
No.
We have not checked it yet.
Did we maybe?
Probably.
So what about the runes on the lip? Are they completely gone, or are there still some there?
They're also fading. Like those are fading at a much slower rate, but probably because they were already just kind of damaged and really hard to
I just
identify
get a
anyway.
dagger and just like start dashing through them and just help it along the way to not exist anymore.
All right, go for it. So you start
Okay.
stabbing and scratching and
Yeah, just scratch it off. Because they said something about like maybe this shrine was to a dragon, thus the draconic in the pool. Whatever's not draconic, I'll just scrape off.
all right. You definitely help it along. I mean, it'll take you a little bit because you are kind of scratching in the stone, but
Hmm.
you got a task.
Neovar has that scroll, by the way, right?
Yep, Neovar
Yeah.
does in fact have the scroll. And as we're talking about this, she'll take it out and sort of glance around. Like, I'll admit, I'm not the arcanely inspired amongst us. Oh, and I believe that Kozik, you've been investigating the magically unknown, and she'll offer it out to him.
All right, let's take a look here. Let's see what it says.
So you
So
take a
I
look at the
unroll it.
scroll.
Yeah.
Do you have identify?
Not as such, no.
It might take you some time to dig into it a bit. Because you don't just like pick up the scroll and be like, this I know what this is.
Oh, it is a magic scroll, though.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Because
definitely
otherwise,
some arcane writing on it.
okay. Because otherwise, I feel like I could just read it.
Is it
Yeah.
the contract?
That's what I was thinking.
So
Zed's
actually,
gonna
since
look
I know
over
you
at
have
Max and
arcane eyes, it's not in a language. It's more of a spell scroll.
Right. Hmm.
Zed's gonna ask, "Hey, Max, what are you doing?" Or Fletcher, "It's gonna take me some time."
You could just call me Captain. That's fine.
I'm not gonna do that.
Wow. All right.
Out of
That's
re- no,
fairly
no, just
rude.
out of respect for my own captain, Captain Thatcher,
Wait, you
basically
think
the
there could only be one captain?
person that raised me.
I mean, yeah, that's how it
No,
works,
there's
isn't
a
it? There can
captain
only be
for every
one.
ship, but I belong to a ship and have a captain. You
That's
have to
interesting.
understand that.
Yeah, when I come across
You
another
go
captain,
around
we tip our hats
killing.
and we go Captain, and then they say Captain in return, and then we
You are a captain.
yeah, sign of respect.
I feel like it's a bit different.
Okay. I'm just trying to help you out because you seem to have trouble with names.
It's so funny that you are the one saying that. I'm not sure you know anyone's name in this room.
I have grown very fond of all of you in the short time that we've been together. I like Neo and you, Ezekiel, and Kitch over there, and like should I go on?
No, thank you.
And I'm still like, as I'm saying this, I'm like scratching out like this stone just with the dagger just clinging against it. Anyway, you just call me Fletch, all right?
Wait, okay, Fletch. What are you doing?
I'm making sure that whatever ritual was cast here, I'm just scratching it out to make sure nothing, no surprises, right?
Ah, all right. I'll help you
I
out
felt
if I
like maybe it
can.
was the words of power or something, and when they were uttered or used, maybe that's why it was like disappearing off the walls and off the lip of the well. So if I just go ahead and get rid of it, then it can't be consumed, right?
Zed's gonna use his belaying pin, which is basically like it's Wirt's leg, but It's a club that's got some spikes in it and things like that. And he's gonna just instead of scratching the cymbals, just kind of blunt force with some spikes, hopefully crumbling some of it away.
Hey, just out of instinct, can I take out that red vial and pour a little drop into the water?
It instantly like dilutes.
Okay. Just wanted to see what would happen. Just a
But when you
tiny
when you
little drop.
uncork it, it does smell very let's see, what flavor of smell we want this to let's see. It smells of elderberries.
Mm. Okay, okay. I'm gonna recork it, and I'm gonna put that fancy ring on, and then just like hold my hand out and just kind of stare at it a little bit. Not expecting it to do anything.
For
It's
like
fancy to
strands in
me.
it.
Yeah. Just gonna make sure that's equipped.
Mm-hmm. Give me a second to uh, you know, converse amongst yourselves as I get this properly pulled into your inventory.
Mm-hmm.
I
So
think
we got
how
any ideas? What we're Go ahead, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna for flavor. I was just how tall this fountain or well is. If it was short enough for Zed to sit on the edge, he's probably just gonna like sit down on the edge next to Dale, who was probably still somewhat flailing and shivering in the water.
I kind of joined midway through, so I'm not sure what demonic portals you're looking for or what. I thought we were just here to capture the butler and get our prize reward back in town.
See if we import it right.
Do we need to solve all the answers in the room? Can't some things just be left a mystery?
I'm I'm of the same thought as well. I don't feel like
Perfect.
from what it seems, we've done what we were tasked to do. I don't to your point there, Fletch. I'm not sure if there's a reward tied to it, but um
If there's
we
not, we
we
set it free.
I don't think that we have to necessarily stay here.
Oh, I'm advocating getting the hell out of here
I
immediately.
don't
I'm
like
just
creepy bone room. Uh,
it reminds me too
Yep.
much of home. Let's get out.
yeah.
And with that, she's gonna drag, like, sort of drag,
Old
fuck,
Dale.
Dale out of the whale.
Dale.
Well,
It's the Dale whale. All right.
it's
hmm
fuck. All right, and she's gonna just gesture like, all right, we're going to get out of here. We're going to get back to the town. We're going to absolutely loot the fuck out of that room. And then we are leaving, hopefully, the Feywild, because I don't like it here. And she
Hey,
nods.
maybe there's a bakery and Fletch can bake us up something.
Why would I bake something?
He's,
Zed'll kind of wink as he walks past.
I'm just gonna play oblivious.
Are we
you
are
know,
we leaving here? Okay.
I do. I just had a thought though, and she's sort of smiling as she said this. Shaw and Raoul aren't here to have heard this conversation. We could just keep this amongst ourselves and play along.
Mm-hmm.
Continue calling Fletcher Max and all that.
I guess.
That's very devious. I kind of like it.
See, lying is fun. That's why I do it so often.
Said I disagree with the lying. It's more of a why out the gate lying about that. Like I'm lying all the time as well for like many reasons. Most of
I feel like it
them
was a
are.
really simple concept to get. Murder people for money, and I crash those ships, right? We get not point to Ezekiel. He knows what I'm talking about.
I've done it.
And
Yeah.
so I don't want people to know who I am when I'm by myself.
So you make up the worst fake name of all time
Yep.
and talk about needed to go pee standing up?
Holy fuck, I just realized that your fake name is written on this damn IOU.
Yeah, I don't believe that's gonna be
Uh-oh.
worth anything.
Well,
Yeah,
actually, here's the
we'll
thing
figure
about
this out some way or another.
legal contracts can in fact be signed by nicknames. They are still considered binding.
Oh, and we know I do all things legal, so
Cha and myself are happy to enforce thieves' code. The violent way.
oh wow, you two were a couple of thieves?
Yes. Worse, I would actually say. And she again smiles. And looking straight on at Max, she does let her teeth become a little bit sharper. But is it like just a flick of her torchlight? Is it the caves? Is it actually her teeth? Niavara won't say.
I will say, Fletcher is still presenting masculine. They have traded one Mel's name for another, and it's still like the same voice and everything. They're still gonna be like, peeing standing up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there should have been some like, with your insight rolls from earlier, I would say with the discussion we had for you and for Zed, there would definitely be the idea of like, yeah, why is Fletcher lying so much? Sometimes the lies seem like decent lies, and sometimes they seem really dumb, really bad. They showed a lot of concern for their crew, but then when asked about their crew, they're like, yeah, I don't care about the crew. Who cares about them, right? Why would I? I'm a fearsome pirate, right? Just lots of little things that kind of are contrary.
Yeah, that's I'm definitely taking note of that.
I think that was fair since we were doing insight checks earlier. Hey, too bad we didn't check the rest of that cave down there. Who knows what kind of treasure there could have been. Right?
Right. I believe you. There's an air of disingenuousness as she said this, of course. But this is a case of two girl bosses gaslighting each other into the sun.
Mm-hmm. A little out of character. I'm just like, maybe there was stuff we missed that was in this room that we never really fully explored. But then on the other hand, I'm like, I hate this room. Let's go.
Like, it's fine at this point. We can say that Raoul and Shaw were investigating it.
Ooh, there we go.
Yeah, I think because
They were moving
they
the
they
bodies
were
around and shit.
gathering everything over there, right?
Yeah.
All right, onward. I'm assuming Zed's dragging the body.
Let's
Whoever wants
go.
to.
It just looked like it was following me around, so.
Not it.
I also don't want to touch the worm.
It's interesting. Isn't Worm another name for a young dragon?
No.
Maybe it's Wyrm.
Go back to.
No.
I thought, yeah, Wyrm.
I mean,
It's not a
yes.
term for a
the
young
one?
dragon. It's a different type of beast
Oh
altogether.
no, it's not that one.
That's like saying a dog is a wolf.
I
I'm gonna
mean,
call some of
tomato,
my scenes.
potato, like a dog is a wolf.
Oh,
But like saying that a dog is a baby wolf is very incorrect, is it not?
No, it depends on your terminology. I would argue that you could see it that way. A baby meaning like infantile or less threatening.
I don't
I mean, do we want to
know.
argue semantics here? I'm just
We are in the middle of a cave, in the middle of two separate illusions,
got to
in
talk
the
about
middle of the
something while we're
Feywild.
walking, right?
Exactly. And
y'all
since
looking
we're
for
none
that
of us are
effect?
going to be telling the truth about Jack Call, we might as well argue over
I
semantics.
told you a lot of the truth, and I typically don't do that.
Somehow, after all of the lies, I somehow still feel that there is incorrect information being on the table.
He's still exhausted though.
Didn't you want to show this little site here to old fella in chains?
Oh yeah, although my whole map is blue.
Can you try refreshing it? Is anybody else?
I'm good.
I can see it.
I
Mine
will
looks
just
fine.
refresh the map.
Here, let's try this.
I'm
Try dragging your token on it. See if you do it if it does it right.
Since we're being honest, I also stole a banana from the ship up there, the little spell jammer over there.
I currently now have 2 Neovars on the thing, and it's all still turquoise.
Weird, I only see one.
Mm-hmm.
There's one here, and one here.
I see Max there.
I cannot move that key either because I think it was deleted at the same time I reloaded. Let me refresh the page again.
Also, if we're being honest, just for my own enjoyment, I've been casting my mage hand invisibly and putting bunny ears behind Fletch periodically ever since you joined us.
That tracks.
Hmm.
Alright, if I go to Serenia. Okay, Snow Cave entrance. Loading Snow Cave. Nope, it is still all blue.
Alright, hold on. Let's see. And make sure the token actually has get the prime there. See if it's a vision thing. That work?
Snow Cave entrance, like the other maps I've been able to see just fine. Like the whole cave system was a normal Grindstone. Let's see if I go there. Ooh, it's white with nothing.
Listen.
That's you?
Which one's white with nothing?
Grindstone. Serenia is the normal map that like looks normal. Looks
What the weird?
trying to remember how to take a screenshot on Windows. Does anyone else know?
Control print screen.
That.
Okay, I use a Mac most of the time, so like which button is print screen? I'm very tired.
Do you have a normal keyboard or is it
Let's preload the
a
scene.
small one?
It's a small keyboard. It's not like it's like laptop sized.
I don't know
Isn't
where
it
it would
maybe
be.
above backspace? I have a laptop here, and I'm like, I don't know where mine is either.
Mine's above like the insert and delete
Okay,
kind
so
of keys. You do the
the
arrows and you go straight up.
I see print screen. Okay. So the damp cave looked normal, but I can't. I'll take a screenshot of it when we go back to it if it's still fucking up. Like if it is fucking up, I just won't worry about it. I'm just going to assume that something's up on my end.
I'm
And
gonna
I'll
try something. Let's see if I can
it'll
copy
be
pasta.
with the imagination of the mind.
Alright,
The
so then we
mind's
activate this
imagination.
scene.
I'm wondering
Then
if it might still be loading because mine is like full turquoise for a split second as it's
Mhm.
loading.
Or if you disabled your accelerated hardware.
Yeah,
are you
I
able to
can
like
see it.
zoom out at all?
It's even further purple. see if I can save this.
If you do control print, right? And then when you click the like general chat or out of character, whatever, control V to paste it.
Yeah, I got it. Just need to open Discord on this computer.
Vision. Did that.
Can you see the tokens and everything?
I can see the tokens. That's the funny thing.
Weird.
Okay,
Um,
that's great. Discord's not working on this device right now. So it's not just. I'm just gonna take a fucking photograph of this on my phone. Enough.
Could you do like an internet speed test or something in another tab to see if maybe your net slowed down or something on the computer?
Maybe.
yeah, well, at least it's in the right position. So it would be displaying. Tinker with the scene configure. But everybody else can see the map, right?
Yeah.
Yep,
So
I got it.
what can I tinker with to make that work right? That's there. 20. Oh, you know what? Anything change for anybody?
All
Nope, still
blue,
good.
baba dee baba da. It
Eh?
says that my internet connection is very fast. Should be able to handle multiple devices streaming HD videos, video conferencing, and gaming at the same time.
Do you have your accelerated hardware on?
How would I test that?
Just click like your settings. What are you using? Chrome?
Yeah, it's currently in Chrome.
Alright, on your search settings, just type ACCEL. And it'll say like use hardware acceleration when available. Make sure it's clicked on, so it'll be like blue.
Like in the search bar?
Uh-huh. Like when you
Not.
click settings, it'll be like the settings search.
I see. ACCL.
ACCEL. For acceleration.
Yeah, it says that it's on.
Okay. You could try logging out and logging back in again.
You know, at this
Well,
point, turning it back on and turning it off sounds like a reasonable idea. Let's try that. And if that doesn't work, then I'm just going to just say,
yeah,
Use your imagination.
it's the
and
weird
if
thing that
Neovar doesn't move,
it's just not. I almost feel like it's putting her token on the wrong height. Because if she can only see the blue background grid, then that's
it says that I do not own any token with vision in the scene. It's done that twice.
Oh.
And mine said that very briefly, like right after he changed it over, and then that disappeared for me.
There is now 2 Neovaras.
Yep, I put the
That's
other one on there to
photo.
see if you could do anything with it.
That's funny. I can do stuff with both of them.
I'm gonna try one more thing.
If you have the token control and select tokens and just kind of like make a little square
cutting your browser off?
Like turning it, like closing it all the way out. Sure, I
Mhm.
can try that.
Sometimes it could be like a graphics card issue. Maybe it's not picking up something. I don't know.
Okay.
There is currently an issue with what's the word? Discord. Discord is not doing anything, so I'm gonna try and force quit that as well.
Crash-tastic. All right, so that doesn't work. We'll just move forward either way. So you drag them over to the bodies. The still frozen corpses. Over there. This is peculiar. This is weird. What? Why is...
Doesn't work. Alright, that's fine.
Foundry doing Foundry things?
I have accepted my fate.
Well, I mean, 3 of us are streaming, so... But, so you drag over to the bodies?
Yep.
And what was it you were trying to do?
Show them off to Dale, like, see? All your friends, they're all fucking dead.
He is at a loss for words.
How long have these bodies been here? Tell me, Dale.
I don't know. Oh, speaking of that, hold on, I gotta drag his...
I was gonna say I'm gonna look straight at this dead dragon. It says he says Dale.
There is no animosity. Oh, I'm trying to drag Dale's token over here. You know, I'll just... Token I did. Do. Where is it? Where is it? There. Just use that. Just to at least have Dale have a representative token.
Will it let you do like control copy, control paste for tokens or no?
It could.
So since he's not getting a reaction from the dragon and they're making Dale look at his dead friends and tormenting him, right? I want to like shout out to this dragon and say, "Hey, we cleaned all your little shrines. We got rid of all the Dale inside." Any response?
Great.
Did you guys hear that?
No, what?
I swear I heard something. Like a voice.
And Max, because I have been keeping track of a particular set of things that you have acquisitioned,
Mm-hmm.
you kind of feel a tug towards the down ship over here.
Wait, hold up. Which down ship? I gotta scroll out.
The one that you got the banana from.
Okay. I'll head that away. Lickety split.
So y'all see Max just like dart off on over to the distance, laying there over there in that there ship thing there.
Any sign of the crew or their footprints? Did they come to the ship? Because I did kind of be like, take resources from this one.
So I'd say you just, kind of backtracking a little bit. When you came out the cave, you probably saw them heading to that northern ship.
Okay.
Like kind of going back and forth. Because, I mean, they didn't really have a whole hell of a lot of time to get started on it, so...
Yeah.
probably just that was the closer one that they just started working on. So you can kind of hear the sounds of things being shuffled and moved around. Um, well, I gotta make sure my. Sorry, I have a little camera control for the stream that I gotta constantly toggle. There we go. So yeah, they're busy working on that one to the north. But you make your way on over to this one while Dale is kind of falling to his knees, and he starts crying, but it's very cold, so tears might be freezing very quickly. So yeah, a bit of torture, definitely a bit of that. So Niavara and Zed, you were just gonna be watching over Dale right now, and then observing this poor man, seeing his friends frozen to death.
I can, I'm, Zed's not really fond of this whole thing, but he was the one dragging the body, and so he's just kind of following Niavara along with this.
Let me refresh my browser to make sure that's not lagging behind.
Yeah, standing over here.
Don't you see now, Dale? Don't you see now the wages of sin?
Sin? For wanting to live happily, to live wealthy, to not have to work and worry about dying in a ditch because I'm too poor? That's a sin?
What cost? At what cost?
I don't know. I mean, you speak as if you're noble. Like you tell me. Like, don't you serve anyone?
Do I serve my companions? I serve my family, and I serve the Queen of Air and Darkness. I get they I kind of trail off there.
See? See? Hold on. Let me see if he oh. I mean whoever that is, or who you serve them, and I mean you serve a queen. I mean, how's that any different than anything I've ever done? Like if your queen told you to do something vile or did told you to do something bad, I mean, would you defy her?
I would have to.
But
Would
if you already struck a deal with her, how?
It sounds to me like you're just trying to justify what you've done instead of heed the advice that my friend Kozak here is trying to bestow and understand what you've done.
Advice? I mean, the whole time the only thing he's ever said to me is just telling me I've been a bad noble. He hasn't advised me on
He,
anything.
he
If
just
anything,
told you
she
to
has, and
look.
You
he points to
attempted.
her, to points to Niavara.
He
I
just
mean,
told you to look at what you've done and take it in. And your response
Is
was, "Haven't you ever done anything like this?" I feel like that's not necessarily the right way to take that message, mate.
Well, I'm sorry if I'm a little upset that I'm being accused of murdering people because I want a good life, and you bring me outside the cave just to show me my dead friends. Sorry if I'm a little frustrated, and he's like keeping his eyes away from Niavara because he's definitely terrified of her. Sort of throwing his voice towards you guys.
well,
Niavara will
Mr. Thatcher, let's see who's feeling comfortable now, don't we?
There's a bit of a juxtapose from when we were just in that cave there.
Is he wearing any clothes right now?
Nope. He's butt naked,
I
wet, and it's cold out here, so he's probably gonna
I,
be having to deal with some situations real soon.
I give him I root around in my pack and I pull out my set of fine clothes and I say put these on.
We do that, or OOC, there were blankets and things like that that we found at this campsite. To
Nevar is
further
currently wearing
traumatize
one of
him,
them.
we could make him wear one of
His friend's
the
clothes.
blankets of his fallen comrades.
I'll give him my clothes. I can do that. I'm a noble.
There you go.
I mean, I
Showing,
assume
showing
they'll
the right
fit him
example.
okay.
They'll be a little tight because you're short and stout, and he's a human.
These have a pretty nice full noble cut to them though. They'll fit him a little bit.
A little stretchy. A little stretchy.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Meanwhile,
You know, I'd
So
like to
where the
stay
fuck did
on
Fletch run off to? Sorry,
good.
I was just referencing you leaving.
I was gonna say all my travels, like it's just a little bit nipply out here. I'm gonna take this extra shirt that I took off his body while he was slumbering and just put it on top of everything else because it's a little baggy, just to get one extra layer of warmth going, you know.
yep. But yeah, you're at the the ramp of this downed vessel.
Hmm.
I mean, nothing's really happening where you're standing.
Yeah, I was just giving them time to react if they want to move or anything.
Yeah, they seem to be having a lovely discussion with Dale right now.
All right, I'm climbing up here.
Let me see, hold on. Your passive perception.
Yeah, probably not great. 11.
Better than a 10. Um, so you can hear something like clawing around, moving around inside the vessel.
What? This wasn't the case before?
Nope. Or you didn't pass a perception on that before.
I had great perception before. All right. Is it underneath me?
It's somewhere in this boat. Somewhere definitely inside though.
Hmm.
But it's real
Wait.
dark down there.
I've got a lantern. I can light a little. I got a little oil lantern. I can light up.
All
I only
right.
use a one-handed weapon anyway, so I'd still be able to use my rapier. Actually, can I come to this door right here? Will this open up?
It seems pretty frozen shut. I mean, you might be able to do a little, force it open.
Nah, it'll be all right. I'm gonna underhanded toss a banana to this stupid tree, and then when I jump down.
All right. You jump on in.
I don't want to get cursed on my way down, you know?
You just barely escaped the curse of the banana. The worst curse of them all.
Well, I didn't want to slip.
But so you jump down, all right. You're inside again. And funny enough, like you were here not long ago,
Hmm.
things have been moved around. Like
Oh, well,
that
the
chest
simplest
over
thing to
there
do is,
has been
yeah.
moved, and like that plank over there wasn't there last time, but it's there now. Just smaller size things moved around, but moved around nonetheless. And definitely not by you, because you remembered last time you were in here, you rummaged, so
Yeah. I'm gonna call out, Bloat, is that you?
no response.
All right, get out, show yourself. Let's go. I'm gonna draw my weapon.
give me a persuasion or intimidation, I suppose, whichever one you wish to utilize.
I'm gonna be nice for now. Say we can parlay, have a little chit chat, talk person to person.
Ooh. Hmm. So you say that, but you know, like when you're talking to somebody and like you're having a conversation with them and you're just kind of talking normally to them, and then like after you say it, you kind of think to yourself, maybe I said that wrong. Ah, I could see how that might come out wrong. Ooh, You know, like
Okay,
when you
so they're
when
not
when you're
coming
trying to
out.
compliment somebody and it's just like,
Mhm.
yeah, I really like your ugly shoes, you know?
Yeah. I didn't know they made those in men's sizes.
Yeah.
Like just something that's not supposed to be an insult, but they took it that way just because I thought I was stating something factual.
Yeah.
Comes with the tism a little. All right. All right, I'm gonna change tactics and be like, all right, come out, or I set the whole fucking ship on fire right now. And then I'm just gonna dangle the lantern out in front of me like I'll smash it.
So, two things happen in response to that.
Uh-huh.
You hear a hissing sound coming from the other side of, like one of the shattered walls.
Mm-hmm.
And you kind of feel a little bit of warmth in the pocket in which you have placed those little shards that you found in here.
Wait, the what?
The little amethyst shards you found in here
The
before.
amethyst. Yeah. Hmm.
They feel a little warm, and maybe there's a little bit of a tug in the direction of the hissing at this point.
Well, they're not getting my treasure. uh I'll just walk that direction. And I'm being extra loud in case somebody, overhears from, a bajillion feet away. That's fine. Cause like I'd say me threatening to burn the ship down, I was practically screaming it.
Let's see, 135 feet. Guess the question is, yeah, I'll allow them to do a perception.
I was also just mentioning before the kind of scene switch where Fletch ran off to.
You have such like a pause where Fletch ran off to. Not Max. 5 sessions from now, you'll learn my real name.
It's
Still be
Steve.
calling you Max.
So, I mean, if you guys want to, you can try and do your perception.
So there's a perception, but it's a 7.
You don't hear you saw like Max or Fletch run in that direction, but you don't hear the screaming. Because, you're talking to Dale right now, and, the situation's getting a little tense. Like, if anything, like the fact that you are showing him his friends, like, frozen to death out here, like, that hit a nerve.
You feel like I should go check on Fletcher Maximus?
Like, on the one hand, I want to say that I feel that he is very self-sufficient considering how long he's been here. On the other hand, it's been a noticeable amount of time. And I also don't want to lose him before we, like, travel out of this dimension because I think he might get lost and stuck like these frozen bitches here.
Oh,
Yeah, we did
concern.
find him all caged up and everything, so probably make sure that doesn't happen again.
I might take two of you, if only so that if one of you gets into trouble, you can help each other out.
All right, you want to stay here and keep traumatizing Dale Kozik? You want to come with me?
Ah,
So,
don't worry, Niravara. I will stay here and take good care of him. Noi, I'll do it too.
Oh, there we go.
Good job, gentlemen. Good job. All right, let's go check it out.
Kozik, Zed, I'll see you guys in a bit.
So Nirvana, what the? And the kind of fades in the distance as you two, as the camera switches over to you two, as Chad engages in his usual conversation.
All right. Zed hasn't been up on the ship yet, but he'll kind of get over here to where the ladder sort of walkway is, and holler out, "Hey, Fletch, you all right?"
I want to say with that the time that this journey has taken them, right? I do feel the tug of the amethyst shards like pointing like or whatever towards this hissing sound, right? And so I'm a little bit not angry, but trying to throw out some intimidation and being very loud about it. I've got my rapier out in one hand and the lantern in the other. I'm not reaching for the amethyst whatsoever, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm fearless Fletcher Fulton, captain of the Maiden Scorn, scourge of the astral fucking sea. I'm not giving up any booty whatsoever. And just being very loud about it.
Like,
So roll me an
Kozik,
intimidation, and you guys outside can definitely clearly hear that, without a doubt.
I don't feel like he's talking to us, mate. We should probably get in there.
I think he's in trouble. Yeah.
And Kozik, the first thing you see is the banana. It's back.
Oh, I want it, but I'm not gonna pick it up.
Right, where's he at?
He's down in the hold. It looks like.
So can we see him from here?
Yeah, because he has the lantern out, so you can
Okay.
clearly see him. He's looking at something.
I'm scowling. Yeah.
Yeah.
If he's yelling like it sounded and he's got his weapon out, Zed will definitely draw his weapon. He'll probably pull his rapier out and have a dagger in his offhand. You all right there, Fletch? What's going on?
No, I'm not all right. This ship's haunted. Some kind of I'm about to burn it down. Is what's gonna happen.
Just before you say that, you say, "No, I'm not all right." Zed hears that and just hops down. And it's like, as he lands, you're saying, "I'm about to burn it down." He's like, "Well, fuck, I probably shouldn't have jumped down here." So yeah, Zed's gonna be standing next to Mac. There we go. All right.
Which direction is the hiss?
So it's coming from back
Your
there.
roots? Beyond. Okay. All right. Let's take a couple steps. I'm gonna be as far as I can get over there. Imagine I'm still down. I'm on like a lower level, not on the top.
So and with your intimidation, like the hissing kind of subsided a bit. And it kind of sounds like whatever it is kind of shifted. Like when you start getting closer, like somewhere behind some walls over here.
How much of the tree can I see from this bottom layer?
So from the bottom layer, interestingly enough, the tree does not penetrate through the deck. The entirety of the tree is on the top deck.
It was on the top. Okay. Would I know this? I think that has something to do with spell jamming, maybe, right? Sometimes they have like a living treant or trees. Would that have anything to do with this ship, or not really?
Let's see. I'm trying to think. Give me a. I'm trying to think if that would be history or. Let's go with history because that's the closest skill I can think of that would probably apply to this.
7.
I mean, when you're out there in wild space, anything could happen, right? It could be a tree, it could be a ring like some of the normal airships, it could be
Yeah.
there's so many possibilities. It just kind of varies on each individual ship. It's almost like each ship has its own personality. So it could
What can I
be.
find that's flammable?
What can you find is flammable?
Mm-hmm.
So you can probably find. Let's see. It's probably some oil, like some jugs of
I mean,
like
I've
oil.
got oil and I've got a lantern, right? I mean,
Oh
like,
yeah.
what could I set on fire?
I mean, this whole thing's wood. So
Okay, well,
there's
I
piles of
warned him.
like.
So I'm not gonna like shatter my lamp right now, but I would like, yeah, I'm definitely gonna start a small fire, and then just still have that scowl and like, yeah, you're coming out right now where the whole thing's up in blazes. Like, just
Give me a sec. Gotta look at one thing here. I need to see what the thing is that it does. Okay. Okay. So you start setting things ablaze with starting with a small little fire.
mm-hmm. Something I could probably put out again quickly enough if need be. But I also want it to be like, I'm not bluffing. Like, if they don't show up, we'll catch the whole thing on fire. I looted it earlier. There wasn't anything down here.
All right. So it kind of feels like right now you sort of have like a little divining rod where you can kind of hear the clitter clatter of like some like feet scampering around, but it also feels like the amethyst shards are pulling in the direction that whatever it is going. And it kind of hear the clitter clatter go like there. And then suddenly it won't let
Can
me click
Zed
on
hear
it.
any of this?
Oh, anybody in the boat can hear this.
Hola.
Hey guys.
Oh my god, Chaw.
Hey.
I'm so sorry I missed tonight. I forgot to tell everybody I think that I was gonna be San Diego. But I wanted to try to catch as much as I could.
I've been doing my best to do the cha.
Yeah.
Not a bad
Right,
impersonation
listen.
of your voice.
Oh, I want to hear it.
Hey everybody, let's have a good conversation about something unimportant, but it's very important to me.
That was lovely. Well, greetings. I'm sorry I missed the entire session, but
I was kind of channeling some Dr. Nick because like, hey everybody. It's all
Please
good.
continue. Don't let me interfere. I just wanted to try to catch it if you guys were still around.
Yep.
Yep.
So, sorry, what was your
All right,
question
Zed,
there?
we good with burning this place to the ground?
I'm fucking with it.
All right, I'm just
As
gonna
long as
start
there's a
like
way out.
everywhere.
So Zed, you can feel like a little tug at your pants.
What?
All right, getting pantsed
Do
by a
I
ghost.
see anything?
Ooh, I do like that pantsing idea, but I think I kind of want to save that for another time. I mean, there is one. You already got some elementals that harass Raul all the time. But sorry. What'd you do, Zed?
Do I see what it is?
Yep. It is. Hold on. I'm getting the image for you. I'll put it in the Discord real quick in the hopes it copy pasted properly. You see a tiny version of that.
What
It's
the?
like
Ooh, an
clearly
amethyst
draconic,
dragon.
and it's like really tiny. And there's like these amethyst shards that sort of like hover both on like attached to its body, but some will kind of hover around its body.
Is it like tugging aggressively or just trying to get my attention?
Trying to get your attention.
All right, so I'll notice it and kind of slightly turn my head a little bit and furrow my brow, just being like, "The fuck is this?" And I'll still have my dagger out, but I'll put my rapier away and just kind of bend, like kneel down, like, hello?
Please tell friend, no burn home.
Oh fuck. Uh, hey Fletch, can you not burn the ship down? We got there's something over here. It's like a tiny little purple dragon
Can I see
made
and
of
understand this thing?
stone.
I mean, if you turn around, you notice it. It's kind of like hiding behind Zed's like leg as you look at it, kind of like a shy kid.
How big is it compared to Zed?
Like a
Could
shoulder
it fit in
pet,
his hand?
like slightly smaller than a cat. So like like imagine a shoulder pet. It's
Okay.
small. Please no burn down home.
He's asking us not to burn down the ship, but I've
Well, you should have
never
said
seen this before.
something 5 minutes ago when I said I was. I've already started 7
He,
fires. There's no way to
he
put this
has
out.
Zed, as you're saying that, Zed's gonna kind of look down and kind of whispering. He's like, he has been asking, for you to come out. I guess you got a problem with that, mate? Is there some reason why you were tugging on my leg and not speaking to him?
He come in boat. He take things. He leave. No ask.
I'm not sure he knew you were even here.
He take piece of me.
Wait, did you take a piece of him?
Yeah, I'd do it again too.
Oh, all right. Um, are, this is very confusing to me because I've never seen a creature like you. I tell you what, do you have a name?
While they're talking, can I message Kozik telepathically and just be like, "Hey, could you throw down another rope? This place is about to go up in smoke."
Yeah, I was just about to do that, like last time.
Last time
And yeah,
he come in boat and take thing, and me not big enough to fight him.
Damn right, you're not big enough. Not even that thing in the lake's big enough. I tell you now.
Yes,
Do you even
sir.
know who you're talking to? I'm still.
What's your name, little fella?
And
Or what should we
hatchling,
call you if you don't have just to be cordial?
me born here. Me hatching snow in big
How
house.
how long ago was that?
It holds up its claw and slowly counts.
So side note to this, I know that there is a cannon on the top deck based
Mm-hmm.
on the graphic.
Mm-hmm.
Are there cannons below deck and cannon ports
No, top deck.
specifically? Only the top deck. Shit. I was
Yeah, I
gonna use
remember
a
that from
cannon port
last time.
to escape. Um, well, still not sure what to call you. Apparently you were born here. However, would you? We might need to get out of here. Would you? Would you be willing to come with me?
Why?
Oh, a multitude of reasons. Uh, a few possibly being more immediate,
Like what?
like the fact that there's a fire behind me.
Or the fact that fearless Fletcher Fulton don't leave no survivors. Like he's in like all pirate mode now. Trying his best to be intimidating.
Get there. Meanwhile, Kozik is letting down some rope.
Yep.
I'm gonna
Hopefully
do
it doesn't catch on fire.
I'd like to do the same thing, like have a little loop for my foot, and then like just kind of hold on with one hand and wait to be like pulled up.
Right now I remember. So you're not gonna put out the fires.
I hadn't planned on it.
Okay.
So he's just like
I think it's
sitting there
important
like
to be
waiting
a man of my
for,
word.
just kind of waiting for the rope as the fire just like slowly spreads. Just like, I'm waiting.
All right. I guess if it's time, I start to haul the rope up.
Telepathically, so that I don't like get rid of my intimidation and my snarls and stuff, right? I'd like to be the opposite tone, just be like, "Oh, thanks very much, Kozik."
If
Just
if I
to
can
play polite.
if I can mentally grumble, I do that as I'm pulling hand over hand.
I really appreciate this a lot.
It's part of being a noble. I'm thinking.
Yeah, you've shown me a lot about nobility and how hard you work to maintain your titles, and I appreciate that.
Yeah. Okay, I'm
Meanwhile,
pulling.
as you're pulling, being pulled up,
Mhm.
definitely start to realize may have been a couple of crates over there in the corner, kind of close to the fire, that may have unspent ammunition in it.
I'm just gonna be holding onto the rope with one hand, still got my foot in the loop, and then my free hand. It's gonna still like I'm gonna sheath my rapier and then just put my hand on my hip and go, "Well, that's one treasure we're never gonna be able to see what it had, huh?" And I kind of like eyeball Zed for a second, mentioning, and then just get hoisted up because I don't care.
Meanwhile, Zed below deck, you definitely start to see the rising smoke and the fire spreading, and this little creature just kind of having a conversation with you.
Hmm. Um. I've got. I have an idea, and I don't think it's gonna work. But um, instead of trying to run top deck or anything like that, can I scout out for a plank on the side that looks fairly weak?
Sure, give me an investigation
My knowledge.
with advantage because you are a sailor. And I'd imagine if there's anything you should be able to identify is when there is a damaged plank,
Hopefully.
especially in your line of work. And with the 14, yeah, you find one. You find several. There's many. It's actually a lot.
All right.
And the weather has not done these planks any favors either.
Trying to think of what might be the fastest method. Um, I'm gonna step back from said plank. I'm gonna kind of reach down to this little amethyst dragon and say, I please come with me. We'll have a conversation outside.
Why?
I'll tell you in a sec.
Tell me now. Don't want to leave Horde.
How heavy is this thing?
Oh, it's super light. Like a shoulder
Okay,
pet.
got it. Zed is gonna cast. This is a potential gamble, and I don't like it. But I'm gonna cast magic missile at a weak spot in the plank to try and just basically destroy it, blow it off the side of the ship, and
I mean, magic missile
will-
is technically force damage,
It will be, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
but then if you
It
roll a
will,
1, it'll blow up in your face.
right, right. And we'll still be stuck down here. I have to roll 3 separate times, but I want each one to hit kind of like in the same spot.
All right.
Holy shit. Wish
Progressively
I could roll that
improved.
good normal.
I'm glad you put them good rolls to use on the plank.
On a side of a ship that is on fire, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So,
Uh,
man, you Jim's magic missile that plank so hard that you can swear you can hear old Jim himself. I mean, not that he made that, but you know.
well, I mean, I kind of thought it was ironic. So that could be canon. It could be something that was passed down the line. Anyway, I
As
blast a
as
hole in
it
the side of
flies through the
the
air, it goes. "Ah!"
ship. I'm gonna scoop the little dragon up with one arm, hoping that it doesn't claw into me or bite into me, and gonna dive through the hole that I just made before the ship burns.
I mean, it'll take a little bit for this
I just want it to be
from
super
the rate.
dramatic,
Yeah,
even if it doesn't need to be.
yeah.
Like the ship might take a good 2 hours to officially burn, but it's like my action hero moment, you know.
All right. So while you're doing all that, you know, we got two of them up top. What are y'all doing? As Zed contemplates what he's about to do, and you know, probably preparing to do something. Y'all know this thing's on fire.
So I don't need to send the rope back down for him.
I mean, you could. He doesn't seem focused on it.
Well, if he's blasting stuff or whatever, then well, okay. If I've already pulled up Max, then I'll throw the rope back down and say, "Hey, use the rope."
Are you calling down to Zed?
Yeah.
What rope? And he really wants to do this.
There must be too much smoke down there. Just get out as any way you can.
Like we're working on it. There's a as he's kind of starting to cast this spell, he's like, there's something else down here. I'm bringing him out.
You talking about the ammunition boxes? That's a good idea. If that catches on fire, you might explode.
That's news to you.
Yeah, I didn't hear about that before. No, I guess while all this is happening, Zed's Zed's scooping and leaving.
All right. So is everybody getting GTFOing?
Yeah, and I make sure to pick up the banana on the way out.
Really?
Yeah, this whole boat's going up. To just leave it
Fucking
lying
banana.
there.
You got a banana and a bear, the two bees.
I'm ready for a child slumber party.
All right. So
They're
everybody's
harbingers at the end of the world. I'm still convinced.
all right. So everybody's getting off the boat.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll say Zed kind of had to like spit in his hands, you know, prepare, get the hand signals ready, you know, get all that. You know, Jim's magic missile is blown up in his face before, so he's making sure he goes through the proper hand gestures, and then blasts the wall, and then jumps out. And at the exact moment that Zed flies through, and you guys are kind of already outside. It's almost taking comically long for him to do this. So like uh Max and Kozik are just kind of just standing out there like waiting for him. Just like is he coming?
We have to go back in there.
And, and at that moment you ask that exact question, you hear like explosions going off in the back of the boat. And at the exact same moment, Zed comes flying through the side of the boat, all cool, like with explosions behind him, carrying like this dragon. And the camera like zooms in on his face. He's probably got like a goofy look on his face or something. I don't know, whatever Zed doing, like doing an action dive as a boat's exploding behind him. And you two are like all pushed back and like knocked down from the force of it. Total action hero moment.
He's gonna kind of slow motion shake his long hair.
Yep.
I'm gonna say Fletcher's gonna swoon a little bit at that.
And I'd probably even say, as Zed stands to his feet, there's still like, like in the cartoons, when there's like a cigarette that blows up in their face, a little singe, little flame on his beard.
Oh. All right. So you said there was like a little force damage. There was the explosions and stuff coming. So I'm like on my butt in the snow, staring up at this man who's got like little embers on his beard, kind of shaking his hair. Like there was an explosion of like shrapnel and wood behind him, right? And he's got like this little crystal dragon thing on his shoulder. And I'm gonna like reach for my hair instinctively. And then it's almost as if I didn't realize it was this short, right? Like I kind of go to pull it and it just like because I still got like this little bob cut, right? And then I don't even know what to do with my hands anymore. I just kind of like just kind of cross them over each other and just stare unblinkingly. Cheeks a little rosy.
Without realizing any of this, Zed's just gonna kind of reach down to Fletch and be like, "Hey, come on, get up. I got you."
Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah. We man gotta. I'm gonna take his hand and get up. We love explosions, don't we? And then just to mask the emotions I'm feeling, I'm just gonna punch him in the shoulder, like we were doing back way when.
Yeah, definitely. So I guess we've got this amethyst dragon on my shoulder, or kind of clutched in an arm.
You blow up
All right.
house. Why?
I don't know. Hey, calm down. Fucking not even a house. Why do I keep referring to this shit as a house? It's a fucking ship. Anyway, well, you didn't tell me your name, as if you have one. Do you
Don't
know
have a name.
where you are?
Born here. Born in
That
house. Big wood house.
Big wood house, right?
You weren't born in there, you lying sack of shit.
Yes.
Apparently, he
I've
says
shot
that
this thing out of the sky about 11 times, and you were never part of it.
Says you got pieces of him, Fletch.
I mean, finders keepers.
Is it? So did you said you were born here? Did you have any sort of family, or?
No. Born in wood home.
How do you know that? Honestly.
Live here whole life.
Right. And you were trying, I think, to convey how long that had been. Possibly before I scooped you up and jumped out of the burning vessel that we were on. Do you know how long you've been here?
It goes back to counting talons very slowly.
Fuck, all right. We might be here for a while. You'll want to walk over back to Niavora, John, and Raoul?
Yeah.
As the camera
Okay,
shifts over to
He's gonna
the
scoop
three
little
over
guy again.
there. Since Chaw's actually here, and I believe there was a bit of a... They were trying to save a little conversation with Dale with old Chaw. But
Okay.
Raul, since he's still not here, I am going to over here.
You got your work cut out for you tonight, Q.
Well, the voice work ain't easy.
So without a full rundown, I will definitely go back and listen to everything, um, probably by next week. But there were a couple of key things. I was just curious if Neovara managed to loot Dale's body before Max.
No.
No. Okay. And then
It became a joint effort to loot the body.
And Max rolled a 98 on their D100 for looting, just bragging.
Yep.
nice. Okay. And were there any more? I saw a little text that that Dale's body convulsed. Was that like a joke or
It's when they
It's
threw him
just
in the water.
alive. There's holy water. We have a demon thing
oh
for Cha to
nice.
investigate.
Excellent. Good, good, good. Okay, and then I suppose you rescued all of Max's crew.
Yep, they're
Mm-hmm.
going back and forth from the ship to the north, like taking it apart piece by piece, or what they can salvage.
And we're going to, well, everyone else has been, off having their merry adventure. I'm picturing that Shaw, Niavara, and Raoul, while also wanting to fuck with Dale, you have to do the serious task of trying to figure out where exactly the portal is out of here.
I also
Because we like came
forgot.
into an illusion,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
and
The other
then it
cave that
like
we were in, if you remember, the cave that was under Dale's house, we ended up
yes.
going through a portal of some sort
Right.
after
We
we
went through.
activated all of the things. So, but also, I forgot to ask in the moment if we wanted to collect any of that holy water because I do have
Um,
a flask and it was my intention. I just forgot.
I mean, the cave is still there. They haven't gone anywhere.
So is that something that we would want to collect? Because I feel like before we leave, that could be something we could have a
useful.
couple containers of. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that'd be actually probably pretty useful too. Niavara has a flask as well. We should grab that. Gonna type that in the chat and say do that next week.
And was there any further communication with the dragon that gave us all the strength to annihilate? Like that gave us all that strength and was talking in our heads.
Full.
Only really one person's
Technically,
attempted to
yeah.
interact with it.
Yeah. We don't really know
Okay.
in character, but Max, I guess, mentioned the name or asked like oh, Max said that we basically got rid of Dale.
To the
And I
dragon.
think the voice said like great in his head or something like that.
Okay.
Grateful.
Unless you're all gonna wrap up, I would say the child would definitely go over to the head and start talking to the dragon very friendly way about thanking it for helping out to destroy their mutual foe.
Yeah, you were one of the okay. Weapons useful.
Thank you so much for all that extra help. Is there anything else we can do to help you? Maybe get this sword out of your belly? Or, melt the ice? Or, what are you going to do now? Can you rest? Like, what's your deal? I know you're a mist dragon. Is there a way you can turn to mist and maybe fly away?
Protecting this mountain is my charge.
Oh, noble. Okay, then. I'll like start stepping away. Well, let us know if you need anything. And I was very curious what was up here. Never found out what was up here. If there was anything at all. It's just an open space.
Just kind of it. So from that point on, it just kind of turns into sort of like a valley in the mountain kind of thing, like tall cliff sides that just kind of stretch up to the sky even further than where you are already. A lot less interesting and a lot more narrow of a path.
Okay. And then finally, Chaw's gonna do 3 somersaults across the ice and see if he can land it and slide all the way back to everybody else. Whee!
And as you're doing that, you hear the sound of an explosion.
My goodness, what are they doing over there?
I mean, I'm just going to be honest. No idea, but also there's sort of, and she gestures vaguely. Fletcher is adding a sort of interesting dynamic to that mix.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, Cha.
I gathered that Max's name has somehow changed, but
So we were all right that Fletcher is in fact a huge, massive liar, and like to a degree,
right.
respect. On the other hand,
They were
annoying.
pretty good. They were pretty good.
They're not a baker, they're a captain of an astral starship or whatever.
Is that bullshit too?
I think that's real, given their familiarity with these ships and the fact that they were able to identify aspects of them pretty confidently, and also their crewmates were referring to them coming out from unconsciousness as captain. Feels that's
Ah.
real.
And the fact that
They're
there's
still
still like 13 people right now disassembling a ship and putting bits and pieces in piles.
so like that's real,
Okay.
probably.
Okay. Okay. By the way, Niavara, you were killed it with Dale. You were amazing down there.
And she grins and she's like, well, no, it is what it is. And she sort of gestures to Dale like son of a bitch and has admitted to signing the contract. These bodies that we found out here are his friends that froze to death after he made the deal. It sort of vaguely sounds to
Ah.
me like he was at least partially aware of what was going on, but not aware of certain things. Like, for example, he didn't know that he could raise zombies from the ground.
Gotta show him the runes.
Yes, and she takes out her journal. She flips that past like through like lots and lots of pages, and she'll like let Shaw see over her shoulder. There's a lot of notes, like specific notes about a whole lot of people, like how to I- imitate voices, notes that she's noticed about like costuming guidelines and such like that.
He has
Basically,
his own set of notes just like that, so he just kind of nods and sort of and
her guide to
smiles
the
at that.
material plane, and then it gets to the last page, and she's like, "Aha!" And she takes it out like these infernal symbols were inside the fountain that was glowing blood red at the start of things.
Oh. Cha takes the journal and starts putting like his long black fingernail over over each line, closely looking at it. His nose in the book. Oh my
And we also got a name for the demon in question. Dale here says that his name was Rasp.
rasp.
Hmm?
The demon name. Yep. Short.
And
Crass.
he
Agitating.
also he made the contract after throwing a coin into that fountain to make a wish.
Oh. Was he tricked? Did it on
Doesn't
purpose.
It does not sound like he got tricked. It sounds like he was eager for some power. And he got that power, but not in the way that he thought he would.
Cha
And
just shakes his head, like sadly.
she glances down to Dale, like, is that a more or less accurate retelling?
He just nods.
Oh, Dale's here.
Mm-hmm.
That's him? Is he
Yeah.
alive? Is he dead?
Yeah,
What's
he's
going
alive.
on?
He's alive. They've dragged him out alive. Niavara and Max stripped him of all his belongings, and he's wearing Kozik's
Hold on.
things.
Let's take a step back.
Oh
You
my
stripped him of everything except for his underwear, then dunked him in the well so he's sobbing wet, and then brought him outside in the freezing cold with nothing on.
Oh,
And then
Yep.
decided, let's just throw some rags over. Or no, Kozak gave him some clothing. So he has
He's
some
wearing
clothing.
the finest dwarven clothes.
The finest.
Mhm.
And they're a little stretchy because, he is human.
Dale, why on earth did you take that deal? Are you stupid?
Yes.
I mean, if somebody came up to you and offered you anything and said, "Don't worry about the consequences," wouldn't you take that deal? Especially if you're already in the dumps.
His accent has changed in the last hour. I feel
Yep.
like he wants to build a wall.
Yep.
The answer is yes. I would never take that fucking deal because that's fucking stupid. There are always consequences, if not for yourself, then for others. The bodies that are on the floor here, she kicks one of the frozen corpses. Consequence 1. The mimics that you were forcing to do your dirty work. Consequence 2. The hundreds of adventurers that you lured to the village under false pretenses and now have all of their things. Consequence 3. My foot up your ass. That's next.
And as you say that, Cha just slaps him.
Ugh.
Dale, stupid. Learn from your mistakes. Well, what do we do with him now? Is his soul still forfeit?
I have no idea if his soul's actually forfeit or not. I'll admit, I'm not actually an expert on demons.
Well, here, let me try to understand these runes. And can I make a roll, or would it know it, or have any recollection of the name Rasp or any of that?
All right. So you're asking several different checks. So let's start with the first question you have, which is
Okay, the runes. We'll do the runes.
okay. The runes. Normally, I would probably say Arcana, but because of your scenario, it's funny enough, they're exactly the same check anyway. I would say History.
Okay,
So
yeah,
you remember
19.
that family name that was, the rival family of yours?
Yes.
Those symbols are, the symbols themselves can, have power and they could be of arcane writing and they could be done in certain ways, but the stylization of those runes is also indicative of said individuals. Safe to say that, the situation with the butler and all of that, and the entity that, as far as you can tell, did possess Dale, probably in the same overarching house,
Mm.
or the puppet master as they called themselves.
So Cha's just reading the runes, and he's pointing those things out. He's pointing out that the butler, that Dale, the demons that they've been encountering, or the devils that they've been encountering, are part of this particular infernal house that is rivals with his family's house. He doesn't say his family name though, but he does point out that if any of this family's weaponry happened to hit him or something, it would do extra damage because of the incredible rivalry between their two houses. And Child just is kind of looking up. He's like, ah, what does this family? What are they doing? They're in the Feywild. They're possessing people like you.
Uh, if it helps at all, we did see written in in Infernal, the word puppet master was also on the wall. After the water after Dale was thrown into the holy water, that specific symbol disappeared.
Okay. I wonder if you broke the deal by doing that. Just like you broke your curse, Niavara. Wow, Dale. You're either very lucky or you're still screwed when you die.
He doesn't have much to say to that. Hearing all this conversation back and forth, you know, it's almost like there was a dude who knew nothing about curses or demons or anything, kind of getting the dump truck of information loaded on him.
What are the mimics gonna do when we bring him back out there?
Frankly, if they eat him, I'd support it.
No, I'd probably say they'd eat him. Roll chimes in and then goes back to sleep.
Oh, he really does need a rest.
Yep, he's super exhausted.
For
Did
real.
everybody take a rest
Nope.
before
No.
when that? Okay.
So I'm gonna switch gears to the explosion group, see if they what they want to do while they're over there, real quick. Explosion happened. A little bit of swooning probably ensued.
Yeah, I think we were making our way back to the other group.
Yeah.
I want to telepathically message Kozik, right? And just say, hey, so what do you know about this Ezekiel fella?
God damn it.
Who?
The hot one.
I'm gonna assume you mean Mr. Thatcher. Huh.
Yeah, that works for me.
I love the names you come up with.
What about him?
What do you know about him? There's definitely like a tone like to her voice, right? Where like it's because of the pirate ship and the pirate kind of action. Like once that happened, now I've got a whole different perspective.
Well, I would say he's been a stalwart member of our company, and
Oh,
I
yeah,
guess you could say he's
that's how
kind
I
of a
describe
sensitive
him.
guy.
Yeah. Okay, just and you think, and then like the accent kind of drops a little bit. How old did y'all meet? Like how did y'all meet each other?
That was a funny story. We all met in a cave one day, deep underground, and he has a crew like you. Well, that's all I'll say for now. He has a
What?
crew that he's searching for.
Why? What do you mean for now? I mean,
Get
you
out
can
of
tell
my
me more
thoughts.
later. Oh, sorry, was that out of character?
Maybe.
And you know what? I'm gonna just to Zed here. Hey, you look like you're a little bit cold, huh?
Yeah, it's probably the coldest I've been in a while, honestly.
I'm gonna take off Dale's shirt because I was just using it to be obnoxious, and I'm gonna toss that bad boy over to Zed.
It's,
Not the greatest material, but I mean it's something, you know.
I think based on scale, because you kind of described Dale's stature earlier as he was currently. I don't think the shirt would fit Zed, so he would he would grab it and he'd I appreciate that and kind of form it into a scarf.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of wrap it around and do a little once over.
Got to make sure you take care to wrap your ears. You know, you don't want to get any frostbite on those.
Exactly. And then
Yeah.
he'll kind of knuckle Fletch in the shoulder.
It's gonna be one of those things where she just kind of like lets herself be pushed a little bit, like she's still in that, just kind of like dragging her feet. Kind of, she got this goofy grin on her face right now, and then yeah, no problem, and then just keep going with the back to this little group here.
As we're walking, I ask, is the young dragon with us too?
Yeah, Zed's gonna be carrying it. Hopefully, it's not struggling or because my intent was to
It,
keep it with us.
so it
Right
is staring longingly at its home that is now, I mean,
Mm.
burning.
Oh,
Like
sad
as
dragon.
you're walking forward, it's just like staring back, and like the camera zooms in on like those little beady dragon eyes, and all you can see is like the flames reflecting in them, and it's just like this this sad look on its face as you're walking, as
Like
it's like being pulled away from its
prying
desecrated
tiny little
home.
shards of amethyst.
Yeah,
I guess
Well,
in the best way I can comfort a stone dragon, I'll kind of hold it close and almost whisper to it. It's like it's all right. Trust me. You got a family now. Kind of try to pet its back, its rigid amethyst
rigid
stony back.
amethyst. All
well,
right,
And
so
yeah, we'll just keep making our way, I guess, over to the rest of the group.
you guys effectively
well,
regroup. Nothing really stops you.
You
I
making me friend?
I want to talk to the dragon for a second. So I
Oh
hold
yeah.
the banana up to the side of my head in a cryptic, yet somehow very natural gesture and say,
Hmm.
"Hello, Mr. Dragon. What is this thing? Is it edible?"
I know, eat it.
Is it a Mr. Dragon?
Hmm.
You making all kinds of assumptions right now.
It's, it's just a young thing here. So can you eat this thing or what?
It's frozen. Why eat it?
Hmm. Oh well,
Not shiny
whatever.
enough for Horde anyway.
Frozen banana stand.
The money
Yeah.
is in the frozen banana stand.
Well, I'll hold on to the banana for now, of course, because it is interesting. And
No,
Meanwhile,
it's
the
the
the little
ruin. It's the ruin of all things.
meanwhile the little I mean the little bear is just like dangling on your shoulder.
yeah, he's still on my person.
Kozix, that's the most unsettling thing ever. Why did you put it there?
Riding shotgun, whatever that means.
Did you name it?
Riding crossbow.
No, it's just a teddy bear.
Teddy. Okay.
I did find Kozik kind of out in the cavern outside of that tunnel that we were fighting Dale in. Um,
Oh, right.
I'm not sure. Were you like confiding in said bear?
I don't think so.
No, of course not. There, but
It'd be strange.
um,
Don't think so?
it
That's a very cryptic answer, Kozix.
he seemed like he was somewhat unaware of what was going on. And he might have been looking in the eyes of it.
Oh no. Kozix, you already have a horrifying patron. You really want another one?
It's just a little bauble, a little keepsake. I think it's fine. He's like our little mascot.
By the way,
Although we do
Dale,
have
what was your deal before you made this horrible deal with your soul? What were you about?
And I was just hunting. I hunted, and I hunted, and I hunted a lot. And then I hunted some more.
Okay, where are you from?
Zareth?
Ah, okay, that city that we almost went into. Hey, you guys, we've almost completed our second mission ever. Almost.
yeah, right, not so fast.
Actually, since you're here, Cha, feel free to give me a, you'll be kind of recalling something. Give me a history check. Don't worry, it's real easy. You know, it's been quite a while since you've checked up on Higglety and Pigglety.
Oh yeah, I think about them now and again. I sure hope
And
that
their
they.
delicious riding spider.
Oh yeah. Wait, didn't the spider die?
Yeah, but it doesn't keep you from not thinking about it.
Oh, I
All
think
that
about
flavor gone to waste.
it. Sure, giant spider. Gosh, so much meat.
Random thought through your head. Anyway, so what do y'all want to do? There's still people like
Dude.
disassembling a ship to the north of you. It's probably going to take them a good while because they are, granted, it's 13 people, but there's also a lot of pieces that have to be properly disassembled and, moved aside. And it's going to take them a good bit of time to do what was asked.
Those people okay with Dale
First,
walking around? They don't want to like string him up or
oh,
tar and feather
he
him or
is.
anything.
You'd love to hear how tied up he is. OOC.
Ah,
Um,
got it.
he's not going anywhere. Um,
It
basically,
seems like it's time for a
His,
short
Zed's
his
rest.
dragging him.
his former prisoners don't want to just totally
So,
tear him to
just so
pieces.
you know, Niavara got creative and tied his right hand to his left foot and his left hand to his right foot. And so
Out
Zed's been
behind his
dragging
back.
him around.
Clever.
So out of character, do we remember the name of the first hunter guy that showed us to the city of Dale? Because I want to ask Dale if he knows that person.
He
Sid.
has, yeah,
It was Sid, right?
Sid,
yep.
that's right.
So
Sid.
he keeps mentioning that he was hunting and hunting and doing hunting, and the first person that we came across was a
Oh,
hunter. I just
was a
kind of want
hunter.
to see if there's any sort of connection there. I also just want to suggest, in the grand scheme of things, that we should probably all take a long rest.
Yes.
I mean, I met Sid a couple times, yeah. He's out and about hunting just like me.
Did you all ever hunt together? Is that how you, what's y'all's relationship?
Nope. Just saw him out in the woods. That's about
Interesting.
it. Need to
Well,
hydrate.
I think we are all pretty wiped out. And look at Raul. I mean, if there's like dark feathers under his eyes, it's terrible. He's
I
gaunt. He's
don't
still
worry about me.
he's
My
still
only
schlep
thing
he's still
is that
schlepping around that giant piece of like skin.
we
Meat, lots of meat.
we need to get out of the fucking snow, so that'd be my first recommendation. So help me find the illusion door back to it. Unless Dale, you remember where the illusion door is. And she glances down at him with a glare.
I, I don't
Should we just
know.
rest in the cave maybe? Like when we go back, shit's going down.
What?
I
I'm not
mean,
gonna
gonna see.
rest anywhere with him still alive. He'll wiggle out of the ropes and stab us in our sleep.
that's
Well,
what
we could take
watching.
watches.
Exactly. Chaw's correct there.
It's also negative 50 degrees out here, and that cave's not any better. Plus, there's those shadow creatures to worry about.
Which is why I'm trying to find the exit.
Oh, were the shadows still there after Dale was
Uh-huh.
exorcised? Oh, that's not
Regrettably.
good.
No, not at
That is
all.
not good.
So
Not a
help
good
me
sign
find.
for Dale.
Sorry, Dale, you're probably fucked.
Yeah.
But
Cha
that's on
slaps him
you
again.
for accepting a gift of a demon.
Stupid. Don't ever.
I love how he's literally been slapped by half of the group, and Zed earlier threw a bone at him.
Like dunking on this man.
So
Yes.
the important question is, what is Max gonna have his crew do? Because they're talking about like leaving this area. And I mean, the crew's gonna take a good while to disassemble. You know what you told them to do. Like, what's your next move for the crew?
Well, we don't have a ship right now, right? And no matter what they disassemble, they're not going to be able to make a ship out of like the remains of half a ship. Plus, I burned the other one. uh, so like, I feel like we're not going to be able to get to sail for a while, right? That's why I gave that rapier from the rival ship, right? I gave that to my first mate as kind of like you're in charge for now because I want them to do all the manual labor. And hmm. I guess they're just gonna have to hold off for like, I don't know, however long this is gonna take, maybe 10 days or so.
Do you say that to the group, like that you're wanting to sail again?
No, why wouldn't I want to sell again?
I mean,
Well, like,
do you say that though? Like, do we know that's your intention?
Yeah, I wouldn't make like because I imagine they're gonna be coming back and forth, right, and talking, and like they've been eating like food and drinking water. Um, and I'm just trying to get the crew to stay together as much as they can for now. But that also gives me an opportunity to have like a couple weeks with this smaller party, right? To see what resources are out there.
Um, well,
'Cause
Matt, I mean, Fletcher? Fletcher is it now? Max Fletcher? What do you like to be called now?
Yeah, I feel
oh
like Cha missed basically all
I
of
know,
that.
I'll have to catch up on.
oh
Yeah,
please
I'll call you Fletcher.
call me Fearless Fletcher Fulton, Captain of the Maiden Scorn, Scourge of the Astral Sea. It's my full name.
Yeah, none of us call him that, by the
I
way.
will I will learn the full thing over time, I promise. But we were actually on our way to the wreck of one that may be one of these kinds of ships before we met you.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that was our mission before we decided to end this horrible curse on Deo and save a whole city of mimics.
Before we
Hmm.
ever found that town, there was a wreckage that we saw that was kind of toward the top of a mountain, and it looked like another one of these airships. We
Yeah.
actually watched it crash, so we knew that it was capable of flying. Not sure the capabilities currently, um, but would be something to investigate.
DM, would I know anything about this?
Probably not. I mean, you definitely know that these things happen, as you've seen and experienced. It's just
Hmm.
kind of funny how it keeps happening in the Feywild, though.
Interesting.
Mhm. Mm.
Yeah, if you
Apparently, there have been sightings of several of these ships crashing every now and again.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think my crew is going to be able to last into the mountains. Like, look at them; they're sickly and gangly, and half of them don't know how to hold a sword. Is
Maybe
there any way we
we
can
should
leave
ask our
them with
dragon
the?
friend.
No,
No,
it's
I mean
freezing.
if he knows where the portal is.
Oh yeah.
Mr. Dragon Friend, Choth thinks, touches his temple. Do you know how to get out of this place? With the portal.
I can reveal the way.
Sweet. Uh, okay.
Do you ask it to? Because right now you just asked it if it could and said it can.
Will you reveal the portal for us, please, and thank you.
Yes. And at this point,
Thanks.
you can see it almost looks like the ice is like starting to melt, but no, it's not. It's a mist that is slowly beginning to form around and over essentially the entirety of this like frozen lake area. And as it starts to kind of coagulate into a silhouette of some kind of draconic entity in its full glory, its head kind of, like its body kind of coils around this large sword, and the best you can tell, the silhouette of its head is pointing basically in the direction where you appeared, like in front of the other ship, which is now well, exploded and very much on fire.
Wow,
Way.
that was theatrical. Thank you.
And you can see like a single tendril like of mist just kind of be pulled from this mass in the direction of where its head is pointing.
Bada bing, bada boom, as we say in hell. Do. And he frolics off toward the place where the mist went.
Fucking frolicking.
Oh yeah. If
It's very
you
With some
chaw.
cartwheels.
OOC Cha, if you watch the VOD back of this, you there's another really solid Kozik quote. Maybe a couple.
What is it? Please say it.
I can't say it like I wouldn't do it justice because it's been probably an hour or so. You know what I
Please,
mean? Like
Kozik, say it.
you gotta.
I
I
don't
don't even
remember.
know if he knows what I'm
You'll have
referring
to
to
tune
because no
in.
one said anything.
That's part of the best part is you don't even know when you do these classic
I don't
quotes.
know what.
Yeah, it was. I know that there was one specifically when we were talking to Dale, uh, when we were still in the cave. Anyway,
I'll
I
listen
just
back and I'll write it
yeah,
down.
you gotta like bookmark it or something.
So is
So I
everybody heading
think
in that direction?
if we know where the portal is, yeah, I'm going to the portal and I'll drag fucking Dale's
Bitch ass
slug
body.
self.
Oh,
The pathetic form.
One last thing. Chaw's gonna go up beside Fletch. Be like, Fletch, and puts his hand on her shoulder. I'm really sorry that I snapped at you in the cave. I wasn't myself. I was really pissed off about a lot of things. The dragon was in my head, but I'm really glad that we saved your people and destroyed the demon. It was in Dale and did that everything worked out.
Oh, he went to a
But I'm
mountain.
sorry. And you're super cool.
You know what? I'm gonna be honest. I felt like we had like a little friendship going on, and then you really let me down back there because I really only wanted to care about my people and help them out. And with the ease that we took down fucking Dale because he's just a little wimp, right? I know that I could have got my people out a lot sooner. They're starving to death, and you snapped at me for no reason, and I've never snapped at you before. In my culture, when we apologize to someone, we often present them with a gift. Usually, monetary value is pretty high.
Oh,
Chaw's eyes start to turn blood red,
Mm-hmm.
and his face starts to contort a little bit, and he smiles. He was like, I gave you my apology.
It wasn't
And-
good enough.
And he walks forward.
Aw.
Meanwhile, Dilly saunters up to you, up to old Max here. Captain, are you
Yeah,
are
what's
you
going
leaving
on?
us?
No, you're all gonna form a line and come through the portal with all the resources you've gathered from these ships, right?
She smiles.
I
Oh,
just
okay.
spent 20 minutes talking to everybody about this. I said we're gonna strip these things bare. We're gonna get everything that's usable. We're gonna take it through the portal. We're gonna backtrack through whatever Butler fucking mansion we came out of. You're gonna stay in the city of Dell, and you're gonna start rebuilding us a new ship from the ground up. I'm gonna go scout ahead and get more resources. We'll figure it out as we go.
Okay. And she just smiles happily. At this point, you realize she's made herself like a, not really a crown of flowers, but a crown of like twigs and stuff that she's kind of found around.
Okay. Hey, also take that off your fucking head because I'm the captain and nobody's gonna be wearing a crown on my ship.
Aww. She takes it off and then puts it on her wrist.
That works. That's better. And then I'm gonna look at Zed and I'm gonna look at Kozik and then I'm gonna look at the burning ship over here, right? And it's like this is why you have to follow through with your threats, right? You can't lose credibility. If I say I'm gonna burn the ship down unless you do the thing that I need you to do, if I don't burn the ship down, I look like an idiot, right? Like people are gonna take advantage of that.
You never look like an idiot to me, Captain.
Yeah, you can ask. You can ask our fellow party. I told a fella that I was gonna kill him if he didn't tell me what I wanted to hear earlier, and he didn't say shit, so I slit him from end to end. I completely understand following through with your word.
When the
Oh,
party
shit,
gonna-
puts
turns
his hand
evil.
up.
I'm gonna
Hand up. And he
I'm gonna
gets
do
it,
that.
but
Right.
I'm gonna
Chuck
do
looks
that
at his
thing
friends, he's
again.
like,
Good.
I'm not sure who's more distasteful, Max or Fletch.
I'm gonna look at Zed as he's explaining like the similarities they can have in personality, and I'm just gonna use my index finger to like twirl my hair a little bit.
Jeez.
And Niavara will lean over to Cha to explain this. Like, he found out that Zed's a pirate and is apparently really into it.
Chow just slaps his, like, puts his hand on his forehead and shakes his head. What is to become of us?
Me
Well, I can
point.
tell you one thing that could come of us getting right the fuck out of here.
I love it.
I am in agreement with the getting the fuck out of here plan. I didn't want to be in the Feywild. I said this from the start.
Oh, come on,
So
you're having fun, Niavara. Admit it.
It's
And she
funny
gives a
because
little
that's almost one of, I think that was one of the lines that came up with when you weren't here.
Huh?
When
What?
I had Shaw talk to Niavara, it's like, oh, come on, Niavara here. And then the camera panned over this last sec. I was like, one of the things I was just about to say, which is funny that he said it just now.
and I'm gonna approach Zed here, right? Since my crew is gonna take who knows how long to get things going again, do you mind if I tag along with your group and see? You know, you said there was like a ship that crashed on a mountain. Maybe you're going that way. Maybe you're not.
Can we
You
vote
just kinda,
about it?
we could just kind of hang out, you know,
Absolutely. We were
the
definitely,
two of us
as far as
and
I
your
know,
fellow friends there.
we we were definitely trying to get to that airship. I'd be more than happy to have you along, especially while your crew. Fuck, honestly, they probably need a rest, don't you think?
That's why I was saying I
They
was gonna leave him in Dell, like let him recuperate. Like I don't want to bring him to
right.
a mountain.
You're having them work right off the bat, though. They're
Well, I feel
dismantling
like we
that
have to
shore
work
for you,
right
right?
off the bat, or else how the hell are we gonna get back here?
Right.
I guess somebody has to teach Fletch how to be mature and grow up.
I guess Zed also still has this crystalline dragon in his arm.
Its eyes are still just staring at the burning ship.
Because we're standing right next to it, by the way.
It's
I mean, it's nice and warm.
So Zed's gonna kind of turn. He's got a fairly large frame. He's gonna kind of turn, and I'm sure that the head is probably poking over a shoulder or something.
Yep, it
He's
cannot
gonna
take its eyes off its home being burned to the ground.
just kind of whisper, "Trust me, it'll get better from here. You'll be with us, all right? I wanna make this better for you." And kind of almost like a child, just kind of bouncing it a little bit to try and comfort it. I don't know.
Okay,
Said that is the saddest dragon ever. What did you do to make it so sad?
I well, I believe I took it from its home while it was being burnt to the ground.
these things happen, you know.
Didn't you burn it to the ground?
I wouldn't. No.
No, Fletch, these things do not happen.
Technically, these are the consequences of the dragon's own actions or inactions, I would argue.
So they're the consequences of your actions.
I
You
said,
are
Worse.
come
together.
out, or I'm burning it down, and they did not come out.
They're a child.
The gods.
It's not a child.
Oh,
Neovar blinks long and hard.
It did tell me that it was born here. And still, I think, is still trying to count on its tiny little paws how
In-
old it is.
in the times that you've moved around and it blocked its view from the ship, it looks like it was trying to count again, and then as soon as the view came back, it just kind of focused on its
Got
big
distracted.
wide eyes
This-
staring at its house.
This dragon can communicate. It understands language, right?
It's been talking to Zed.
All right, I'd like to cast message on the dragon.
Oh shit.
oh no.
All
I'm gonna
right,
say, "Do you want those amethyst pieces back? You want those
Oh.
shards?"
those are me. You took pieces of me. Why? And then you burned down my house.
I want you to fly over here on my shoulder and tell everybody how much you love me right now.
Give me a persuasion.
This is telepathic, everybody. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nobody hears this.
Character.
Yeah,
Out of character.
I'm revolted.
Bro.
Hostage
That's a
situation.
15.
Oh God, please be.
Willing to bet he's not even. Fletch is not even gonna give him back.
Please be this.
So the creature squirms out of Zed's arms, lands on Fletch's shoulder, and says, "He, do you present like, is it like a male or female voice? Like, how did it identify the voice in its head through message?"
Mhm.
He'll say they.
Yeah. there you go.
They say, "I get piece of me back if I tell you everything good."
Fletch.
And then I'm gonna give them that little piece of amethyst back and say, "Yeah, good dragon." Are we ready to take that teleport now, or what?
And the small piece of the amethyst doesn't even like touch it. It just kind of hovers around, like on top of its head, kind of like, sort of a magnet, because it doesn't really like bounce or anything. It's just like it stays still as it gets close to it. And then it turns its head back to the burning house. And the portal's like right in front of you.
Can I use my palm to kind of turn its head away from and just be like, yeah, don't look there. That's
Sure.
behind you.
I mean, it's
now.
not really.
We're moving on. We're going forward.
I thought I left the hells, but I just seem
That
to
wasn't
find
that
them
bad.
again wherever I go.
Man, Dale's really starting to not seem so bad right now. Anyway,
What?
Ready for the go. They're still there. He sees the fire glinting off of out on Fletch's eyes.
You're evil.
Wow.
I'm gonna be honest. The Fletch looks like she enjoys the fire a little bit.
it is warm.
Niavara,
Like there's a grin.
Also,
Niavara's
go ahead.
gonna place a hand on Cha's shoulder, like, I hate it too. We're just not going to do it. And if we kill her later, I'll help you bury the body.
Child looks at her and just is. There's a very strange look in his eyes that you've seen rarely, but he smiles
See?
sideways and nods
Camaraderie.
a little bit.
What
Hey,
a
Fletcher, help you
mean,
bring
bloodthirsty
people
group.
together.
You've managed to piss off both of the ex-spies, ex-assassins, who have this.
Can I double check that my 13 pirate crew members are still following us? Just for a little
Dragged
insurance.
ourselves out of the underworld to try to find
the-
goodness and peace.
For the record,
and
the ones that are
joy and
frail
wisdom.
and fucking had
Yeah.
been chained up for a while.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know.
them.
Maybe
I
we
find
should
it-
start with them.
So, meanwhile, there's like this swirling mist in front of you
Hmm?
in the shape of some kind of a boundary.
This is my pet dragon now, right?
Fuck.
Mm.
Confirming.
No.
They're on my shoulder and they said they love me.
Said, take it back.
Call him back, said.
Jeez. Gonna let this little tramp walk all over you?
We were in we were in mid conversation.
Pull out your sword, Zed. Come on, show
Are you
this
guys
little
saying all
bastard
this
who's
out loud?
boss.
I'm not threatened.
Yeah.
Oh,
Show
if you
this
wanna
little
talk to
bastard who's
the
boss.
dragon some more, that's fine.
Yeah, I just feel like
Alright.
Zed.
Well, if
Zed's
you're
gonna-
going to piss around, I'm just gonna go on through the portal here. And Raul
Yeah,
just
I thought we were
walks
walking and
through.
talking. Yeah.
And
Niavara
then-
will sort of stand behind,
I get the other map.
waiting for everyone else to file out
What is
because
this
she
one?
needs to just recollect herself because she's pissed.
Cha too. He's just standing there,
Wasn't so
shaking his
bad.
head.
Zed's got hold of fucking naked Dale, and he's dragging him through the portal.
Boy, this session. Wow. I'm glad I joined.
I
in.
will say that Zed isn't
Three.
touching Dale.
Nice.
He's using the manacles
Huh?
toward the ankles
Oh, wait.
to just kind of drag him through snow. And I'm
Nope.
just gonna leave it up to
2,
everyone's
3, 4,
imagination
5. Who am I missing?
as far as how that's been going
Uh,
for Dale.
2. Kozik.
Where's Kozik?
Yep, I'm putting them on right now.
Gotta head off, everybody. That was
Yep.
awesome.
This
Thank
is
you
the
so
this is the
much.
good stopping point.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I got
And
to-
before I
go
forget,
for
I
it.
do need to say one last thing to Kozik though.
All right.
Telepathically, of course, right? I just want to communicate and be like, hey, as long as my crew's like behind me, I'm gonna have to
6.
present myself, aggressively. Does that make sense to you? They won't
Yeah,
follow me if I don't.
I think I'm catching your drift.
But just don't
Uh.
think too badly of me, okay?
Can't promise that, but sure.
Oh,
When it's
Right
just
on.
Cha and myself left behind in this snowy landscape, Niavara is actually going to shift down to her changeling true form and say, "This world, there really is so much awfulness to behold, isn't there? Can't escape it."
Chow watches her drop her form to real state and just kind of gasps a little. Ah,
The
we
masks
can
we
still
wear.
make it. We can still make it better, my friend.
Now that's the Chaw I know. And she puts back on her face.
Hey,
And
thanks.
it's
Thanks.
like putting, like she physically puts her hand up to her face to like reestablish it.
Hmm.
Wow, that's cool. That's really cool.
And she puts a finger to her mouth, like, shh.
Absolutely. And he kind of does the full zipper on the mouth. Key closed, throws the key away.
And Niavara is going to walk through the portal after the group.
Chow will follow.
All right. So you all find yourselves back in a very familiar room, completely bypassing the other illusion of being in a frozen crater. And man, there is a definite difference between the temperature where you were and where you are now. This is the warmest you've been in like the last few hours. But at that point, we're gonna wrap up the session there because it's a good stopping point. You've made it back. And meanwhile, oh yeah, I forgot to mention, Mittens is just kind of licking his paws and coughing up a hairball that doesn't exist.
Aww. Doesn't that just melt your heart?
Blah.
So yeah,
Mittens.
All right. Thanks for the D&D.
thanks for
Class.
playing.
Feeling a little
Yeah,
bit
that was fun.
judged right now. Just saying.
Oh, so judged. You are so judged. Ultimate judgment.
I'm going to manipulate a child, a self-identified hatchling, after burning down their home.
Wow.
Yep, and
Wow.
that image in the Discord is definitely that poor little dragon's face.
Aww.
To be fair, at the time I thought it was a ghost of like my pirate rivals. And so I was like burning the ship down, like, fuck you, come out. And then when it turned out to be a dragon, it's like, well, it's too late now. I already set the fires.
Is that fair?
You could put them out.
Be
Like,
fair, yes.
Mm.
that is the course of action to be
I
taken.
mean, everyone around them was totally complicit in this,
Yeah,
this terrible thing as
exactly.
well. Like, I'm not sure where to start with the judgment.
Don't remember me like this, Chow. Remember when we were fighting and I was buffing you and we were like cohesive, all right? We were a
Yeah,
team.
y'all actually high fived.
You
We
had
did.
remembered that.
Yeah.
You had
But-
remembered that and
but-
then promptly forgot it.
But now, Charles just can't help but wonder: was that high five real, or were you lying to me? Was that an authentic high five?
By the way, has the charm person worn off yet?
Oh yeah, because
Oh
only
yeah,
lasted
yeah,
an
no,
hour.
yeah.
So I think that's where he'll start. Like when this session
You would also
starts,
know you were magically charmed by
gonna
me too.
fall. Right, he's gonna know. So at that, I think right now it drops.
Okay.
And that's where he'll pick up.
I'm trying to
I
do
would-
like now that we have the crew, I have to take on a different personality, if that makes sense, right? And so before I was a little snarky, but I was still trying to be like real helpful and I was concerned about people. And now I kind of go the opposite, like maybe exaggerated to a degree, right?
Wow, you were designed to trigger Cha.
My backstory is based on Greece, all right? I got Danny Zuko mode going and I'm trying to like I don't know, baby doll. Maybe there's two of us, you know, and I'm gonna high five with my pirate crew greasers, right? And just not be the person you fell in love with over summer.
God,
Awesome.
that description is
Awesome.
so fitting. Um,
Perfect.
I will
Summer
say that
love,
that in character
Annie
Zed
of
is
Bland.
gonna want the dragon.
Summer love,
Oh yeah,
So,
he can have the
well,
dragon.
unless he got it back, it'll be like and it won't be aggressive, but it just he feels responsible for it.
Oh,
Mm.
it's scared
Then
of
I
Max too,
go
because that
ship
intimidate.
captain.
Of course. Well, not only that, but Max was the one that lit the fucking thing on fire. Like, I feel like the only reason that Zed knows it existed is because it was running from
Yeah,
uh
that's true.
Hugh's character, and
Uh-huh.
it tried to get saved by Zed.
Hopelessly
But I think Zed barely even has to
devoted.
just, hey, could I have that dragon? And Max would definitely be like, yeah, take it. Anything you want.
Yeah, fair.
Hopelessly devoted to you. All right,
Uh,
everybody. Good night. See you
Good
next
night.
week.
Yep.
all right.
Ciao,
All right.
ciao,
Yeah.
We
ciao.
Hopefully, I did the voice, the y'all's who weren't here briefly justice.
I'm totally gonna listen. I'm sure you did because you're amazing.
Yeah, it was that was a lot of fun. Um, yeah.
All right.
Ciao, ciao,
Later,
ciao,
you.
ciao, ciao,
All right,
ciao.
Good night.
we're gonna start wrapping up there. It's a long
Night.
VOD, so I got a lot of download.
Dude, it's 2 a.m.
Yeah, it was definitely a longin'.
I had to like go splash water. I've been going to bed at like 9, right? Like, which is when we start. I've been having to like splash water on my face. I went and got like a little sugar-free sun drop with all the caffeine in it, and I'm like smacking myself awake. And he kept saying like, Max, what do you do? Or what are your thoughts? And I was like, I'm not paying attention enough. I got it. By the way, I have no idea what to do with this pirate crew because I was supposed to be like a drop-in kind of one-shot kind of character.
Yep. They all burst into
So
flames for no reason. It's fine. We can fix that real easy.
I was just I was trying that's why I was trying to like think of a plan for how to like stay with the group, right? And so that's why I was like, oh, if I got feelings for Zed and I'm like, oh, let's go on this adventure together. And at the same time, the crew needs to recuperate, right? And I'm like, we'll find some resources. It'll take a long time. We'll eventually get back to flying.
I mean, this party seems to be known for accumulating NPCs.
I kind of like the idea of like they could live in Dale with all the mimics. I don't know. And like get some kind of symbiotic kind of relationship going.
I mean, so as the story has been told, the mimics have only been eating adventurers because of their insatiable hunger as a result of Dale. Like they were fine with like starting trade with other people and kind of branching out, but then Dale showed up.
Yeah.
Like the mimics themselves aren't inherently bad creatures. They're just under influence of nefarious individuals, and now they are.
That stupid dragon announcing what I told it in private. Ooh. Sorry, I was immersed and I was so irritated. I was like, ugh. Because it would have went so well if it would have just shut up.
Yeah, it would have.
Right?
Also, not that smart, so it's also that.
No, I know, because it's a little baby dragon. Oh, and I only gave it one of the amethyst. I still got another amethyst in my pocket.
Yep, it knows.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I just remembered OOC, like you had a couple pieces.
Mm.
All right, I'm gonna wrap the stream up there. It's gonna be a long
That
VOD
was
to
a fun
download,
session
so
though. There was a lot. I feel like it was good. I don't know. Whenever we're missing people, I think it's always fun to try and just fill space. so that we're not really doing too much without part of the group.
Mhm.
The fight that we had last session, we were on the brink of it. There was not really much we could do. But I kind of felt like today we kind of did a good job of not really progressing too far to where it wouldn't make sense that the couple that weren't here were still around somehow, if that,
Mhm.
um, and then cubed incorporating them as well. It's always entertaining.